with a nice big throat clearing. We are live, Black Friday 2020. I am John Beatty, your host, and I have with me the man of the day, Craig Zablo, and Ronald Went. Say hello, guys.
Hey, everybody.
Who's the effeminate sounding voice?
It wasn't me. Well, we're here on Black Friday to do a Stallone, Jack Carter, and a John Wick, Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, a Stallone, Jack Carter.
There you go.
And how many times have we done this? Is this the fourth or fifth time?
It's up there.
There's Genome checking in.
He says we have an all-star cast in the stream today, and John.
That's correct. Very correct.
Ouch.
Okay, so the layout that I came up with is based on a Jack of Spades. Why a Jack of Spades? Well, you know, I wanted to do another spade, but the ace isn't going to work really. The J stands for both Jack Carter and John Wick. Nice, right?
That is nice. That's very creative.
The Jack of Spades has the profile, so it's nice that I can do a side view, flip it over, keep that symmetry, just change out the characters and put their guns, which I researched, in their hands.
I noticed that you actually did research the guns that they use. Very.
Oh, yes. Stallone had, I think, a Beretta 98F. And John Wick had a HK, I think a S90L or something like that.
Cool.
There was a ring at my doorbell. Hey, AG. Hey, Noah. You all aren't telling me these people are.
Well, you were talking. I was waiting until you took a breath.
I'm just going to start interrupting them.
Well, I was gonna. Like I said. Somebody just rang the doorbell. I'm going to hit mute. I'm going to go see what's going on, and I will be right back. So you all hold down.
We'll talk amongst ourselves.
Yes.
All right. Actually, I should have. We should have had the other Stallones that John has done on Black Friday available so that he could show them.
Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah.
I mean, who owns those pieces anyway?
That would be me.
Oh,
I guess we weren't thinking far enough ahead. Dr. Kaz just came in the house.
Hey, Kaz.
Oh, you've got an excuse for not coming up with the idea. You were in a state of delirium from not eating for 35 hours.
And 15 minutes. I really wanted to hit that 36-hour mark.
I don't understand it, especially right before Thanksgiving.
I thought it was going to balance out, but it didn't.
Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
Yeah, it was all right. How about you?
I did. And John just teased us with a package.
That is,
what do you got there, Mr. Beatty?
My order of watercolor paper and some sketch pads for Jacob from Dick Blick.
Oh, very good. Since you stepped out and stepped back, Dr. Kaz is here.
Hey, Dr. Kaz.
He's at the office with patients for Back Friday. It's on a Back Friday sale. Yes.
Now, was that a Ronald original?
That was.
That could be whatever you want it to be.
I'll take credit for it if you leave it there.
Go for it.
You know, when you stepped out, John, I said that if we had thought ahead, we would have had the other Stallone Friday pieces that you've done to show. And then Kaz says, well, like, who owns them? He should have had them ready.
He called dibs on them.
He's like looking to get them.
Well, you know, I had thought ahead and I thought of that, but I thought somebody else may be thinking more ahead of me. Maybe the person that actually has them in their possession. But, you know, sometimes I expect a lot out of people and, you know, they let you down from time to time, right, Ron?
From time to time. Hey, Ron, Genome says the Laugh Factory's calling.
I just hung up with them. We're good. They asked me to stop.
So what gave you the idea for this piece, John?
Truthfully, I don't know. Remember we talked about it?
Yeah.
And it just like, I don't know.
He's been playing a lot of online poker. So I think that had a little to do with it.
You know what's funny is when John and I used to play a lot of poker. I mean, all the time. And what was the one card that would kill you every time, John?
Jacks. Pair of jacks. I would either lose with jacks, people would beat me with jacks. Jacks was like, every time I got a pair of jacks, I was just like, well, going down.
John said jacks were his nemesis.
They did seem to be.
Now, before we came online, John, you were talking about your plan to do this piece, and it might be something a little different than what you might normally do.
Well, kind of on these pieces, I always do that.
Yeah.
Like I did the kind of, I know one of the first ones was Gray Marker with his tattoos color.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was one before that, though, I think that was pretty straightforward, right?
Actually, I think that was the very first one.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah, you're joshing me.
I wouldn't josh you.
You would.
Well, I would, but not about that.
Not about Sly.
We couldn't josh about him.
So, I try to just, like last year, I was into the ink wash heavy. So I wanted to do an ink wash piece.
Right.
So as I got the idea for the playing card, I kept looking at the playing card and the design of it and stuff. And I just figured, well, it kind of fits if I keep this in that vein, in a playing card kind of way. So you probably will not see too much bounce in the line or anything, a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I was also trying to figure out what I was going to do technique wise because of the rest of the card with the facial hair. And so the more I thought about it, the more that kind of led me to just kind of go with a graphic feel. And I'd even told Ron, I said, if this was not going to be an original piece for somebody, I would just have done the whole thing in Adobe Illustrator.
Mm-hmm.
And really been able to control it. So as it is now, the J's and the inner border, the card would be rounded off, but they always have this inner border. Man, I don't know about you guys, but my phone this morning.
Did you see what Genome said?
No.
He said that you're going back to your problem with jacks. He said, and if you didn't pay your gambling debts, you were beaten with blackjacks.
Blackjack Mulligan.
There you go. Now, see, that's a name from the past. That's a good name from the past.
Somebody recently, I read somewhere online or something. They said something about bringing back Doug Minch and Paul Galassi to master Kung Fu since Marvel's going to be doing the movie.
That's right. They said that that's what they need to do. And I said, and if you can get Zach to do a cover.
Oh, that's right. That's where I read it.
That's right. If you can get Zach to do a cover or a pinup, you're ahead of the game.
I'll tell you what, though, that series was really good.
It was. It was one of the classic series. Definitely good stuff.
That's one you got me reading.
That's rare too, back in the day.
Well, because I was always
reading everything.
Yeah, but I turned you on to the X-Men and to Daredevil and all that stuff.
That's true.
And you were doing Conan and Master Kung Fu.
And Marvel Team Up. But the two main ones were what you said.
And the Expendables piece was bootlegged for a T-shirt for a short while.
Yep. I just sent you the two that you just mentioned on your email, the Color Stallone tats and the Expendables piece. I anticipated the Expendables.
You could just put links to those in the chat.
Well, I can do that. That would be the easier way.
They are on your comic art fans.
That is correct.
Or I suspect they are.
You are correct, sir. And you've been correct more than once.
Oh, see how nice he is to me on Black Fridays, Ron?
On Stallone Black Fridays.
Yeah, there's nothing in this.
Well, there is no other Black Friday.
You have a good Thanksgiving, JB?
Yeah.
We were talking about.
I mean, it kind of got like I said, my mom had a mishap with her teeth, so I kind of got.
Sorry, it just sounded funny. Mom had a mishap with her teeth.
Yeah. They just broke.
We were playing cards one time with Jim Ivey, and John, I don't know if he laughed or whatever, but a piece of ice came out and shot across the table. And he didn't miss a beat. He was like, my tooth. And everybody freaked out.
Everybody jumped back from the table. Like, oh, don't let it touch me.
Oh, man.
That was a good quick line.
It was. Another time we were on a plane and I had this little magic eye that like it would roll and it would look like an eyeball. And we were getting off the plane and I dropped it and it went rolling down the aisle. And what did you yell out, John?
I said, "Oh, I dropped my eye or my eye."
No, you used the term for it. What was it? My
prosthetic.
My prosthetic. That's what it was. You yelled, "Oh, my prosthetic." And people started freaking out. Oh, man.
Yeah, that was probably not in the best of taste.
Well, no.
But
it was funny, though.
It was.
It was funny. Yeah, Genome. Do you know Jim Ivey from the comic shop? Yep. Jim's an old buddy.
Yes.
And we don't mean just because he's 95.
I thought, as we discussed, we thought Jim was going to be checking you off. Jim was licking the tip of that pencil.
Their running joke is that Jim's going to live.
Which is scary because when you turn 60, Jim puts you down on his pad.
I made the list. Jim wants to live to be at least 100. Well, 100 now. He's saying minimum, not minimum, maximum.
Yeah, we asked him to go over 100, and Jim's like, "Sir,"
he was like, "Oh God, no."
Yes, and that surprised both Craig and I.
Yeah, Jim. We've known Jim though for almost 50 years, which is crazy when you think about it. Genome says that Jim's shop is where he met you, John, back in 91 or so.
It's true. He talks about it if you had listened to his interview with me.
Well, I'll have to do that. Do you cover some ground that well, obviously you did.
Obviously.
I think Darth is zoned out.
Nope.
No, he's just he's charting or something.
What are you doing there, Darth?
I'm watching John draw.
There you go.
Looking at all that action the French curve's getting.
Well, like I said, this is more of a design-driven piece. So, what can I tell you?
I don't know, but I hope that you think of something.
Oh, I'm sure we got plenty. Now, I tell you what's going to be boring.
What is that?
Watching me do these lines, filling in all the blacks. But Genome says it's actually very Zen-like.
Yeah.
So what I may do, we'll see when I get there. If people want to hang out and see the blacks filled in, or I might just do it and do like a lo-fi beats with just filling in the blacks, because a lot of people do like to just zone out to. And I've had other people tell me that, watching me fill in blacks is very like relaxing.
Yeah.
To me, it's very stressful. Not really, but
I think it's probably because of the J's on the side and then the panel in the middle. But that drawing looks like it's about, I don't know, 4 feet tall.
Well, the thing is, the other thing is, you're used to seeing me work on like a sketch cover or a 6x8.
Oh yeah.
So here, this is a 6x8. So see.
Now, was that done for somebody?
No.
That is really nice. I thought maybe
I'm sending it as a gift to our friend Little John.
Now, you know what? I was hoping that he was going to get that. I didn't know if he had pre-ordered it or whatever, commissioned you, but I was like, man, that is a sweet one.
No, I just hadn't drawn in a while, and I wanted to just do something, but not a commission yet, because I just wanted to kind of get myself back doing something. So I don't know why. I think I was flipping through. I was going through something, and I saw a drawing of Shazam. And I was like, I just said, that looks fun.
Yeah.
And, the big chin and the eyes that are like just really kind of squinty black eyes, and the big bushy eyebrows and stuff.
I thought that was really, really nice. And even in black and white before you colored it, I mean, the colors made it pop. But All Gold said nice Expendables pieces there, talking about the Barney Ross with the colored tats and the Expendables, the big one that you did, that kind of the pen and ink one.
Yes, sir. That was my Sergio Topia. And that one, if you remember, I think you were here at the house, right?
I think I was.
Those we don't have video of, because that was back in the Ustream days.
Yeah.
My stream.
Genome says Shazam, aka Captain Astromerica. I can't even say it. Astrometric. Darth.
Say it again.
Jump in there, Darth. Darth.
AstraZeneca.
Out.
No, I had to get some Spindrift.
Oh.
I was going through some
asymmetrical.
Okay. There you go. There you go.
I was going through Lemon calling my name.
I was going through some art that I had saved of yours, John, from back in the day. And there was a piece in there that I saved. It was Darth Beatty. It was some Star Wars character that you did. It wasn't Darth Vader. And I saved it under Darth Beatty, and it threw me for a second. I was like, Darth?
Yes.
Ron's here?
Me doing a Star Wars piece that wasn't commissioned?
It was probably, no, it was a commission, I'm sure. You know what? Oh, I can't do a link to it because it's on my computer. It was Count somebody.
Count Dooku?
Oh, yeah, Count Dooku.
For Higashi.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can kind of see I'm getting Stallone's hair.
Yes, sir.
Let's bring it up a little higher.
We see his locks.
Actually, his Dre locks. I'm gonna have to when I get to his goatee, I'm gonna have to
figure it out.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna go ahead and make it black. Like I said, I'm not gonna try to render this. It's gonna be very graphic design, like a card, you know. And I'll go the whole 9 yards with it. I kind of set it up that way, so I just decided may as well,
follow through.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll look best.
Yeah. Last night you sent the preliminary to Ron, Darth, and I at like 11, but I didn't see it until like 6 this morning.
Yeah, I know, and I had to when I woke up at like 5:30.
No response. He's like, they hate it.
I was like, what? I was like, they're usually. I slept in because I didn't get to sleep to, I don't know, like 11:30, 11:45, and for me, as you all well know, that's extremely late. Yeah. That's a night out on the town for the old man.
It's so funny. That would have been an early night back in the old days.
That's what I was going to say. That used to be the shank of the evening.
The shank of the evening, as Jim Ivey would
11 o'clock used to be the
1 hour till midnight.
Yeah, but it would be are we going to continue to play for an hour?
Yeah.
You might want to explain that rule we had.
We used to play poker literally almost every week and several times a week, but I had
actually at my house, let me just put this in there for Ron's sake. We had a 36-hour card. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah. You, me, Jim Ivey, and Bob.
And Bob. 36 hours.
But what we would do is we'd usually play all through the day and then go to my house to finish the game. And we'd break for dinner and then we go to my house. And what we would do is we would play until midnight. And then if someone was down, they had an hour option that they could pull out if they wanted to play longer. And we were playing one day, and it was just 3 people at that point. It was Jim Ivey and John Beatty and myself. And John was down. Jim was up and I was up. And at 11 o'clock, at 11 o'clock,
I told you.
We said 1 hour to go, and John says, well, I want to take the extra hour. And Jim Ivey was like, I've got work in the morning, we'll go the extra hour, but oh my gosh, And so we played that hour, and John used to get on these dork luck streaks where he could not do anything wrong. I mean, he'd have the worst hand and he would pull a miracle and win.
So I could just go. Remember that? We would play guts, and I just go, yeah, give them to me.
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, last hand. And so we played the last hand, and John won. And I was like, all right, that's it. And Jim goes, what do you mean? Because at this point, Jim's down now. And John's up, and I'm up. And Jim's like, it's the shank of the evening. Let's keep playing. And we all looked at each other and just busted out laughing. It was like, when you're up or down, that can change your perspective of how late it is. Genome said, John, that you need to do the follow-up interview where you talk about your time working with the evil DC on a certain flying rodent.
Evil DC on a flying rodent. Boy. Flying rodent. A mouse.
Obviously, he's talking about Batman. Genome also said, man, I could only imagine the cigar smoke coming from Jim during a poker game. Yeah, he did smoke a lot of stogies during those games.
Not at your house, though.
No, I did let him. Not in the apartment. He did. Yeah, he did.
Did he?
I let him smoke in the apartment. In fact, I had a special cigar.
Oh, that's right.
Ashtray. Remember, he could push down on it and spin it. It would spin. Bzz, bzz. Hey, I saw Bob McLeod had posted a Frank Miller cover that he had done.
The Punisher one.
And he said, did you see what he commented?
No, I didn't.
He said he was paid $40 for it. His ink rate at the time was $40. And he said he thinks he lost that $40 in a poker game. And now you know what that poker game was.
Hey, you know what?
What?
That cover was the one that really impressed me. Like, that's where I thought Bob should be inking Frank Miller.
That was a nice cover, but Bob, you know what Bob's been showing lately on Facebook is some of his old pages where he was doing the wash over Golden.
Yeah.
That to me was...
I was there.
Oh, that was hard to top. And then, of course, when Bob was doing his own pencils and inks, and it was more of a Mad Magazine style.
The Hulk job, well, that wasn't really Mad Magazine.
No.
He did do some stuff for Cracked or Crazy or whatever Marvel's humor magazine was. And yeah, he'll tell you Mort Drucker is probably his #1 influence.
Yeah, he was... That's where he was really shining. Comic Head 84 says, "Hey there."
Hey, what's up, Comic Head? Welcome
to Black Friday Stallone John Wick 2020.
No, it's a shame we didn't get the last year's last time in the office.
Well, we had that COVID going on.
Not last year.
I think I was just too busy with conventions last year.
You were.
I had a lot of shows last year.
It was the big hurrah.
It kind of turned out to be that way.
Comic Head says, "Cool playing card theme."
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate it.
It is a very cool idea.
Well, that's why when remember when I sent you a text or something and said, I know exactly what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
I told Darth.
Yeah, I knew.
Comic Heads asked the question. He says, "I'm ignorant to who Jack Carter is."
Don't worry about it.
Jack Carter is a character played by Sylvester Stallone in the movie Get Carter.
Because that was from, what, 2000?
Yeah, 2000 or 2001.
And that's what Ron and I were talking about. Like, he was around, what, 56 to 58 or something around that time?
Yeah, I think he was 56 at the time. I don't know. I could look it up.
Well, it's like when Clint Eastwood did Heartbreak Ridge, he was like 56 or 57. And he was in extremely good shape.
When you look at the old time movie stars, like from the 40s and 50s, when they hit 50 or 60, they were like playing grandpa roles. And now these guys are going forever.
Like the diabetes guy.
Who's the diabetes guy?
Wilford Brimley.
Wilford Brimley.
Oh, yeah.
Diabetes.
Didn't he finally die just recently?
He did, not too long ago.
This year, right?
I'm not sure if it was this year. Was it
this year? I finally saw the Get Carter.
Ron watched
First year ever.
That's what he was watching for 36 hours. That's what put him in a coma.
That's why I had no appetite.
Oh, come on now. That was cold.
That's the real reason. That's the real reason Ron didn't have to eat that long.
For 35 hours and 15 minutes.
Stallone was 54 when he made Get Carter.
What? Now, isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Because we were like, man, he's old, but look at
and like now I'm like, that young man.
I don't know. He's beginning to finally show his age now with some when I was researching this, I saw some current shots.
Yeah. Well, he's 74 now.
Yeah,
All Gold said Stallone was 134 when he made that movie.
And what was it? It's really weird when people like, did Arnold just have a hip replacement or something?
He had
bypass
a heart. Something with his heart.
It's like, man, when you see these guys that were like in such good shape and stuff going through this, you're like, is it, like maybe since they were juicing or?
Yeah.
Well, he's still in good shape.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of it's kind of odd to look at these guys.
It's a combination of genetics, and I mean you have fats and plaques that clog the coronary arteries. I mean, it happens, and they're probably eating lots of meat, lots of red meat.
Yeah, that's good stuff. And it is. And Ron, when Mr. Zablo had his blowout.
Woof.
Oh, Ron was scaring me.
Scaring you?
You mean after the Taco Bell or the real one?
No, when you were telling me that, man, Craig's lucky and this and that.
Keanu Reeves is what?
56, I think, or 54, 55. He's like the same age that.
Yeah, the Stallone was in Get Carter.
And now the interesting thing is, I was thinking about that this morning. I'm like, he's not getting any younger, right?
Right.
Of course not.
If he is, I want what he's got.
Yeah, if he is, deal me in. But I was thinking, maybe they should film these things in like trilogies or something.
Yeah.
And then
aren't they doing that with the next I think they're filming two in a row for the last quote unquote last two.
Well, is that what he's committed to? Is 4 and 5 or something?
I don't know.
I thought there was a lot of stuff in 3 that was kind of out there.
Well, it's all out there.
Yeah, but 1 and 2 were.
Yeah. Well, the first one is, the first one of any series is usually the one that's the best because it's brand new and you're learning the world.
But you know what? You were right when I asked you to rate them and you said the order they came in, and I feel the same way.
Yeah.
Ron?
That horse was too much.
Yeah.
Pointing the horse at him and slapping it.
One time would have been okay, but the multiple times slapping the horse.
Slap that horse. That's my new go-to line. How'd you like it? He slapped the horse one too many times.
You better watch out. Jared will take that from you.
Oh.
I hope to have 500,000 followers one day.
Well, you could. You could. It's not without
it can
possibilities. You keep doing these Stallone drawings, and they're gonna your followings will improve dramatically.
The reason I say that is I keep waiting for the Stallone Zone faithful to show up.
You would wonder about that.
Because do you remember, on the Ustream thing, we had people from your message board coming over and watching.
Yeah.
I could have swore we had 100-something people that day.
Didn't
we?
We had a lot. We had a lot.
We did have a lot.
But you got to remember, message boards were like the thing at the time.
Oh, so your message board is not?
No, it's still rocking, but not like it used to.
It's still rocking.
You were getting on the CompuServe message board. You dial up and have to wait for it to go.
Insert disk.
Yeah.
Type in your passcode. You've got mail. You still hear that?
Yeah. And how about when you found out that you could get celebrities to say you've got mail?
Well,
wait,
you
what?
Ron's like, what?
What?
That was a possibility?
That? Yeah.
You've got mail.
I think they had Shatner, didn't they? Because you kind of sounded like Shatner there. He'll do anything for $1, right?
Well, yeah, he would.
I mean, we're kind of all like that.
Hey, every magazine you ever opened back in those days had an AOL disc in it.
Didn't they? At first, you had to buy them, right? Like like for $10, and then your first month would be free, or your first week would be free.
first month, and you just keep canceling and getting a new disc.
There were people out there that would get those free discs and then erase them and then store other stuff on them.
Hey, what was the name of that? What was the name of that guy on that comic? And I see Gino mentioned Prodigy. And this guy was like a comic guy, and he was always on that board. GG, MGG, or you know who I'm talking about.
I don't.
Right? Yeah, he was like always talking comics, and he was like the what year would that have been? Probably 95 or 9. Man, maybe 93. 93, 94. He was like the comic guru on Prodigy or whatever it was.
I don't think I was ever on Prodigy.
Yeah, you were. Well, whatever message board we were on.
A message board. That's funny.
Dude, that's the way it was back then.
I know. And you would wait for something to download. I remember I was downloading a Stallone picture.
Somebody called in.
And my son, Mike, at the time, who's grown now, was a little kid. And he's sitting with me. And it's downloading so slow. I'm looking at a magazine or something or reading a book. And I look over, and it's like a nude photo. What is this? You didn't even know what you were getting sometimes.
Well, that's when I was able to name something like Batman drawing and send you a picture of an infected toenail.
Oh, it was so gross. Genome said that it sounds like a live field joint. Back in the old, you'd have to wait forever for something to load.
Yes, you would. And if somebody called you, that would kill the whole thing.
You know, I forgot about that, but I would go in the other room and I would hook up my computer and I'd have to tell Drayla that the phone was going to be down because I was going to be online.
Yeah, but if someone called in, it killed your connection.
And then eBay came along. And that was hot. That was so hot for a while, huh?
But there was a lot before eBay. A lot of stuff before eBay, sir.
Yes, sir. Like what?
You mean just to sell on, or I'm talking there was
just things that were hidden?
Well, not even hidden. Just there was, like I said, the message boards were popular. I'm trying to think what else we did. Email. Man, when you built that first Stallone Zone site on
that was funny because
AOL Publisher.
Yeah, I showed it to John, and it had like
I about went out of my head.
Animated GIFs,
lights
flashing.
It's what I call a circus site now.
Yeah, and John was like,
doing a seizure.
How did you do that? That is so cool. And I was like, hey, you can get on AOL and you can just, and then John just, how John gets on these obsessions, and he just became like the Flash HTML wizard, and it was great.
You still have that Flash thing I did.
Yeah, but who has Flash anymore?
Well, Chrome's not going to have it after
nobody in January.
And then, we've told this story before, but like John would come over once a year and we'd redo the whole Stallone Zone. So it'd be like version 1, version 2. And it would take literally a day, a whole
all
day.
Night,
yeah.
Into the wee hours. And then always there would be one image that was broken or something. We'd have to like find it.
But it all paid off because when Sylvester Stallone was going to do Rocky 2, they reached out to us.
Rocky 2, yeah.
Rocky 2. Rocky Balboa. Rocky 2. Rocky Balboa. They reached out to us, and we actually did the Rocky Balboa site.
Now, you can't see it too well here, but I'll bring it closer to it. Now, I even researched the cufflinks. Stallone
JC?
Huh?
Does it have the initials JC?
I don't know, but it's too kind of small. But he had like a longer bar, I guess. Yeah. Have his initials. But then I saw these at the John Wick character had. And it's almost like just a checkerboard thing, but there's not black, white, black, white. It was just like a grid type thing.
Yeah.
It was a little different, but working that small, that's as close as I can get. And his were more square. So
yeah.
But yeah, Carter had the big, a big like rectangle shape.
Now it's funny, and I don't know why. I guess because I was just now shaking my head in agreement with you. But I watched a video podcast. And you remember, John, you sent me the picture and you said this guy was like my twin.
Yeah.
I saw him in a podcast and I was like, my God, that guy does look like me, or I look like him.
He's the one of the host guys on that Word Balloon.
Yeah. John
Sununu or Sinu or
yeah. And I was, and that's the second time that's happened with us. We were at a convention one time and a guy across the hall that was sitting with
one of my good buddies.
Yeah.
Wayne Osborne.
Genome says that he uses eBay still. Most comic guys do. And he said Rocky 2 had probably the best scene in the entire series with Apollo's trainer begging Apollo not to give Rocky a rematch.
Don't give him a rematch.
that's Rocky's trainer there, buddy. Not Apollo's. Oh, you were doing from Rocky 3 where he says, I don't care what them judges say, you ain't getting it.
I was doing Mickey.
Yeah.
Hey, you got an interesting Michael Lark story from here.
Yeah. So when I first started getting sketches of Stallone, I'd go up to the artist and we'd have a conversation, and I would just tell them that I collect characters from Sylvester Stallone movies.
He's kind of like the scuba guy at Heroes
back in the day. And so went up to Michael Lark and asked him if he'd be interested. And he was like, yeah, I know exactly the character I want to do. I can't wait. This will be fun. I'll be drawing something I'm not normally drawing. I said, great. Started walking away, and something told me, go back.
No, you got back to the table where I was at.
And decided that I better go check with him. And so I went back and I said, who are you drawing? And he said, I'm going to draw Mickey. I can't wait. And I was like, wait. No, it's a Stallone character. And so when he did the drawing, it was supposed to be one character, and he actually did Mickey and another character. He said he just really wanted to draw Mickey after having that conversation. And so,
Mickey, you're so fine.
You're dating yourself there, sir.
It's all right. I'm 59. I'm proud of it.
There you go. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine.
We made it.
Left each other all the way.
Left each other all. Hey, you know what? I wonder if my neighbor's radio just happened to be playing out my window and was filtering in. I can't have my neighbor stop their music, right?
No, of course not. Why would you do that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If my neighbor was playing their music loud and it came into the room.
And that's what made you want to sing that song?
No. And, you could kind of hear it in the background lightly.
Yeah.
With the copyright stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because when I had my office, with these Yeti mics, they pick up like, almost every sound imaginable, right, Ron?
Yep.
And I'm thinking if my neighbor that's, just 6 feet away from me here, if he was out washing his car and had the radio going.
I think, though, that you're responsible for anything that goes on your tube.
I can't control the public.
No, so stop streaming is what they'll say.
Yeah.
Don't broadcast it.
I don't know. I don't know.
There's no oops.
I think you'd find out pretty quick.
Well, no, actually not pretty quick.
I just posted the link to the Michael Lark piece if anyone wants to check that out. Now, Genome says, give me that Tony Basil, baby. Oh, Mickey.
See? Genome knows. Genome just looks like he's 14 years old. It's the haircut.
So at another show John and I were at, John was set up, and I was there helping him out and getting art.
Helping me out. He uses my table for a parking place for the ugliest bag on earth. Ron, you've seen that ugly bag, right?
I don't remember it.
The brown and blue one?
Oh, that's a beautiful bag.
I don't remember it.
Like it's a dark chocolate brown and it's got baby blue piping all around it.
Baby blue piping.
Ron, you'll see it again. So I don't know when.
At some show.
At some year, some show. You're gonna see it and you're gonna go, that is a disgusting bag. However, I think it only cost about $12.
It's durable, I'll say that.
But Ron has an equally garish bag.
Well, if you have the garish bags, they're easy to keep an eye on, and nobody wants them.
Oh no, no! Somebody wanted Ron's. They were willing to make a deal.
Really?
Yeah. I don't even remember that.
You don't?
No.
Oh, she was so jealous of your bag.
Well, anyway, so we're at this show, and John is right next to Craig Hamilton, and Craig is doing these really cool sketches.
You've told this story a billion times.
Well, we've told them all a billion times, but as Jim Shooter says, it's always someone's first time.
Well, that's what Stan said.
Dan said that?
Stan
said that?
Yes.
Did he tell you that?
No. Oh. Jim is the one that said, as Stan Lee said.
Oh, okay.
You want to try to introduce the character because it's always somebody's first time picking up a comic book.
Well, that makes good sense.
It does.
So back to this first time story. So Craig Hamilton's doing these sketches, and every now and again, someone will come up to him and kind of lean in and whisper what they want, because he'll do whatever you want. He's the kind of, what was this saying, John? Follow your bliss, right?
You know it better than me. And I love me some Craig Hamilton.
Yes, you do. And so,
that man can draw.
So I said to, the same thing to Craig. I'd like to get a Stallone sketch from you, and at that, whatever you want to draw. And he was like, "Oh, I got the perfect idea. I'm going to do Stallone from Demolition Man. I can't wait to do it." And fine, everything will be great. And so we're sitting there a little while longer, and he was like, "Yeah, I know what scene I'm going to do." And I was like, "What scene are you going to do?"
And I winked at Craig.
I was like, "What scene are you going to do?" I'm going to do him where he's just coming out of the defrost, and he's totally nude. And I was like, no. That's not the kind of sketch I'm looking for.
But that's the kind of artist I am.
But so he ended up doing a really cool Jack Carter sketch instead.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
It was ink too, right?
Nope, it's just a pencil.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You didn't want a spring for inking.
I was going to get another inker that I know that might want to ink it.
No, you got to have Craig ink it.
It's coming along there, Mr. Beatty.
It's happening. I'm going to have to stop and kind of pencil in the shapes of the beards. The beards.
Genome says he got copyrighted with a Molotov on his motorcycle where you could hear car radios. He said YouTube is merciless.
Really? Now, see, that's interesting.
So when are we going to see Darth on a YouTube stream? Drawing.
What do you mean, see him? Oh, well.
Drawing.
Darth is, he's one of those people that he's low key.
Loki.
Loki.
Loki Doki.
Kind of like that. He doesn't need no stinking audience.
Yeah.
Well, to start, you got to be good.
Hey, look at your improvement.
That's true.
Improvement doesn't mean it's good.
Actually, who is my mom talking to?
Jim Ivy.
No, I don't smell cigar smoke. And it's Friday night, not Saturday, sir.
It's Friday night. Friday night.
Saturday.
Is that the Bay City Rollers?
I thought that was
Elton John.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just messing with you.
No, you weren't.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Man, that could be Ann, but the kidney lady, but doesn't sound like her.
Kidney lady. I was going to say, if you're watching, to make sure that you give us a thumbs up if you like what you're seeing, but I see that there's 7 people and 7 thumbs up, so that's a good sign at this point.
7 up.
7 up, baby.
Yeah, I'm having a lemon LaCroix, and I found out that, boy, that Spindrift is worth the extra $1.50.
What's Spindrift?
It's a sparkling water that has actual real natural lemon in it.
Because I've tried that LaCroix stuff.
Yeah, and it's good. I was lemon LaCroix favorite forever, and then I saw the Spindrift stuff, and this guy recommended it from YouTube because it's no natural flavors. It's real lemon juice.
Wait, you're saying no natural flavors or all natural flavors?
all natural.
Spindrift is the lemon and
it's actual lemon juice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And now when I have my LaCroix that I bought, because I cheaped out, because I was at the grocery store and I was like, let me, they weren't on sale, buy one, get one free.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, let me get it. And they're, everything's coming in an 8-pack now. You notice that?
Did not notice that.
Anyway, boy, the flavor is just flat. When you after Spindrift, it's like,
yeah.
I mean, I'll drink them because I bought them, but it's like, I learned my lesson.
Well, Genome says that you had 2 posters on your bedroom wall in the 70s, and they were the Bay City Rollers and David Cassidy.
How did he know?
He was a peeper.
I knew it. That's how he got that name.
Peeper?
Yep.
Peeper.
I was always wondering why people called him like Peeper.
The Peeper.
Now I know.
Would you rather be called a peeper or a creeper?
Depends.
That's what they call you now.
Yeah, but that's what you wear.
It depends. Oh.
So I thought we were going to talk some movies and comics and stuff.
We are. Genome says he was a Florida boy as well. He said it was a quick little jaunt over the coast.
Now, I'm just wondering.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I am. Miss, that didn't even sound like you. I was like, I wonder who my mom's talking to.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you I was here. So.
Okay.
Was that Ann?
Yeah, that was her. She just wanted to tell me that
she's
here.
But now who's going to call in?
Oh, yeah, I should have her call. She should have called from the living room.
It only completes it.
Now, talking comic books, I'll tell you.
Hey, one thing. Let me segue one, because it was Mike Cross who remembered from the Ustream days when I started doing YouTube.
Yeah.
And she called in and I had forgotten all about it. And he said, "Oh, it was the kidney lady." And I was like, "That's right." And then I couldn't remember the character. And then I think he said someone from Howard the Duck or something. And then I said, "It looks like I did a drawing of my sister." That's how I kind of started.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it was just so funny because Mike Cross was like, I would have forgot. When he said that, I was like, I remember that, but
Mike called from Mike called in from a payphone. He was with his family at his daughter was in a skating tournament, right? Or a skating show.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he called in from a payphone and he was telling us that he told him he went to get hot chocolate for the family and he told him that the line's super long.
He talked for about 45 minutes.
That was funny. We had Papa Stas call us from Poland.
Yes, we did.
That was back in the days when you were doing what, $10 head sketches?
Yes, and I was spending like an hour and a half or more.
Yeah, you were doing these $10 head sketches, and you would do.
They were smaller though. They
were
like
4x6
or 3.5 by 5 or something like that on colored paper. But then
you were putting such detail in them.
I know.
Oh my God! And we would go like it'd be a 10-hour day.
Well, I don't think it would be that long.
Oh, it was a long day.
And then I would watch Otis Frampton knock out 7 cartoony ones in an hour, right? Or was it 90 minutes?
No, well, I was trying to think about this the other day. He did a 7 by 7 by 7. He was doing 7 sketches. There were $7 each. Maybe it was on the Sunday.
7.
It was on a Sunday, I think. And I think that was the third 7. But yeah.
He used it to buy DVDs, he said.
Right. So, and I think he spent like what? Would he spend like 20 or 30 minutes on each one?
No. He did it like within an hour and a half. So it was like 15 minutes.
But what was funny was you'd have to send him a message when he said, okay, we're open now. You had to send a message and it was like the first 7 people. So if you had a slow connection that night, you weren't getting one.
Yeah, it was like people would be waiting at his stream.
Yeah.
But now to be fair, remember if you won the week before, you couldn't.
Yeah. I've got several from him. But he always had a room full. Of course, where else are you going to get a $7 sketch mailed to you?
And that's Craig Zablow's type of commission.
Heck yeah. Especially if you like what they're doing.
Well, yeah. That helped.
If you don't like what they're doing, then it's not worthy.
I've seen you do that a lot.
Well, you may not like it. I remember there was a guy that did a $2 digital sketch. He would draw anything for $2.
And Craig loaded him up with a $10 bill.
No, sir. No, sir.
We need to get a topic that'll get some people yakking.
Yeah. Well, current comics. Are you reading anything, JB?
No. You'd need to talk to Darth about that.
Darth, okay. What are you reading that you're loving?
I just picked up today. So Black Friday, the shop was having a sale, of course. So trade paperbacks, everything was 75% off.
Woo, 75% off. I should have sent you in looking for me.
Drawing words and writing pictures. I don't know. This is some art book. I love grabbing one now and then.
Yeah.
Nice X-Man pencil case because 12.
Who did the drawing? Is it Scott McCloud?
For what?
The art book?
No. This is I don't even know. He's Jessica Abel and Matt Madden.
Okay.
No clue.
Yeah, you know those guys.
Okay. So from the bin where everything was 50% off, I grabbed Wild Storm swimsuit special number 2. Jim Lee cover. What the hell?
All right.
Wildstorm. Number 1. What is this? Rarities. Yeah, Brett Booth. Like the cover. And X-Men Executioner's Song by Andy Kubert.
All right.
That was the box stuff. So
is there anything that you're reading on a regular basis?
Yeah. Well, Bitterroot's done right now. On those 10. X of Swords, X-Men.
Wait a minute. Bitterroot is back out now?
Well, I mean 6 through 10, but that's done. So Green's
didn't
working
know
on
that.
the next set. Yeah.
I just have the trade paperback with the first 5, I guess. Then?
5, yeah.
I thought Sanford was still working on it.
No.
I did not know. You didn't tell me.
So I didn't buy any. I mean, of the art. I bought the run of the comics. I was thinking about getting the OA of the number 6, but then I just couldn't pull the trigger on another $8,000. Philadelphia was in the full box. Wonder Woman. Of course, Amazing Spider-Man, because I've been collecting that since I was 12. Wonder Woman.
Just said you were 12.
Well, am I allowed on your YouTube if I say I'm 12? Isn't there a rule against that?
Yeah.
That's why he's got his pencil case.
You know, I've actually been pulling on Wonder Woman covers with Josh Middleton for the last few months. Nice art.
I'll tell you, I'm reading Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And that is an impressive book. You know, the art and the writing. And if someone told me this is what this is going to be about, I'd be like, I don't think so. It's a vampires, modern day vampires.
I don't think so.
That's what I was like. I don't think, but I'm telling you, and it gets crazier.
I don't think so.
Darth, tell him who the main in the first arc. Who is the main vampire?
I can't. I don't want to ruin it for him. He may read it someday, and it's going to be good.
It is good.
I'm not going to read it. Believe me.
He says that. I'm going to read it to him. John, just lay down. Listen.
And he can just look at the pictures. I'll tell you what is another book that I really am enjoying is Bloody Texas. Is that it? Bloody Texas? What is it? Texas Blood?
Texas Blood.
Texas Blood.
I have a few of them I pulled. Not read though.
It's written with the dialect and in the they say well a lot, and that was throwing me at first, but I like it. I'm a big fan of crime story comics. So
yes, you are.
Yes, I am.
Our story starts out with the big man sitting at his table, and his bodyguards are surrounding him.
There you go. That's you put that on any first page, and I'm in.
I know you are. That's the way you write a story for me to draw.
The big boss man.
You're like, okay, I got an idea, and I'm like, okay, here we go again.
It's a big boss man.
Did you get your survey from Stelfreeze?
I did. I sent it off.
Good for you.
Did that just come today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got something today.
Did you jump on that there, Darth? You were involved with that there, Darth?
Oh, yeah.
Darth, you get in on that?
I got in on that.
Did he ever?
What number were you in on?
Let's just
one.
say
I don't know.
Darth
original art number?
Darth?
Yeah.
Darth is gonna be in quite a few of them. That's all I'm saying.
I like it. So am I going to see you in the book, Darth?
I don't know.
Am I going to recognize you in the book? That guy looks like Darth. My God, he's got a pencil case. It is Darth.
He's doing a charcoal drawing.
And he keeps saying he's 12.
And now he's painting in oils.
You know, as far as comics, the stuff I buy is I hardly ever buy a Marvel or DC anymore. It's all the independent stuff and Kickstarter. I'm a big fan of Kickstarter.
Well, if you got your email from Steve, which I'm sure you did, I don't think there's going to be much stuff to buy from the big two upcoming.
Well, DC's dropping
down to 20%, right?
Well, they're dropping all of their line for a couple months, and they're doing this like reboot.
Yeah, like that's going to help. How many times have they done that now?
I don't know.
But this time it's going to work.
Yeah.
So, me.
I've got a theory on when this all started to go downhill.
Yeah, but
all those variant covers John Beatty made.
John Beatty is the
he's the reason
comic is the nexus of all this nonsense. Am I wrong or am I wrong?
You are right. This is all his fault.
Well, the thing is, you
sounds like an excuse.
No. Craig had it down pat one time, and he didn't write it down, and now he.
I'm telling you, if you go back, the first major company crossover was Secret Wars. Who was the inker on that? John Beatty. The first new Batman book in 30 years, John Beatty. Well, that book also had multiple covers.
Not multiple covers, just covers over the cover.
And who was that?
Colored cover.
John Beatty. I had a whole string of things that
it was good,
and it was all John Beatty.
The first 5-issue miniseries,
John Beatty,
that got printed wrong. Yeah, he used to have a longer memory, but longer string of things connected. And it was funny because he ran it off one day, and I said, "You are correct."
It'd be terrible if we found out that it was actually true. John caused the downfall. We've got to go back in time and change this.
Can't do it.
Wouldn't want to do it.
Ain't gonna do it.
Wouldn't be prudent. Genome says, against his better judgment, he picked up an IDW book from 2018 from eBay a few weeks back. And the art and story, if it's indicative of the current state of comics, he's going to pretend comics stopped being produced in the 90s. You know what? I would go one further and say, for the most part, a lot of people are reminiscing about the 90s now. And that's, to me, when the comics started getting like
1 million copies of everything #1.
Yeah. And the art style I wasn't a fan of for the most part, with all the cross hatching and little lines that meant nothing.
You're stepping on Darth's love.
No.
You're killing his childhood.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. There is some major truth to this.
Well, the first time we're exposed to things is usually like when we were saying the movies. That's what we like best. Like John Wick #1 was the best, or whatever. If you ask John Beatty what was the best decade for movies, music, he's going to tell you the 80s. I'll bet.
I like a lot of different decades,
and I prefer the 70s. And there's just a few years between us. Darth, what do you like?
80s.
Yep. And how old were you in the 80s?
10.
Depends on which part of the 80s.
Well, what I'm saying is I
was born in the 80s, so.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, that changes things.
All right, Sonny. Gino says pouches and cross hatching came into their glory days in the 90s, and shoulder pads.
That's true.
I can't discount the 90s though, because that's when Sin City was in the 90s. So,
but where did it come from?
Frank Miller.
Yes, but not from the big two.
No. Hey, Darth, I'm going to step out and get me some water. It's not going to be won't be a LaCroix though. Although I think I have some of that.
You gotta get the Spindrift. I'm telling you.
And I'll tell my wife. He
won't splurge for the extra.
Oh, she will. She will before I will.
It's only a quarter more per can. It's worth it.
I do regret it. I'm drinking this. It's very flat. Even look, even the carbonation is not there. It's like flat.
No, it's good. I actually getting ready to, when he gets back, go get some more.
You dirty.
Now, I've never done anything other than the lemon, although I am tempted. Isn't there a watermelon one?
Yes.
I kind of think I want to try it though.
I've tried all of them, but that one.
So it might be good.
Yeah. Now, what I have done is I've juiced like real watermelon because I heard it was good for blood pressure.
You know what else is good for blood pressure?
Hey, you know it's good for blood pressure? A lot of blood pressure meds.
Have you checked it lately? Today?
I haven't. I forgot all about it.
Oh, man. You're laying down in a coma. I don't know why I'm so tired. I've only been taking this medicine 12 times a day.
And your blood pressure is like 70 over 21.
What a miss.
Nothing. We're just sitting here quiet, waiting for you.
Yeah.
Everybody be quiet. Sable will be back in a minute.
We wanted to listen to the background.
Did you hear anything?
Yep.
Just your wife getting
We heard the porcelain ring.
Get the spin trip. Pop.
I heard a sneeze. And then I heard pa-ting.
Do you care to tell that story, sir?
I'm trying to do this work here for you. This is the day that you're supposed to be like carrying the conversation.
Carry on,
my wayward son. There'll
be peace when you are done.
Now, if you want to hear a really good version of it, I think Guar did a cover. Just throwing that out.
Carry on, my wayward son.
Good Lord.
Was that kind of close?
Actually, kind of.
See, because Zablo don't know who Guar is.
Well, he's got YouTube.
Well, if you liked what I just did, that's kind of going to be close.
Genome said copyright claims coming in.
Hey, I can say carry on, my wayward son.
I would think you could.
I have a wayward son right now. He's out with his buddy. They're having a little sleepover. Gonna play some video games.
Sleepover at his place or your place?
His place.
Girlfriends.
Yeah, his girl. I like that.
Don't you miss those days when you were a kid and you'd go to your friend's house for a sleepover? Or they'd come to your house for a sleepover?
What do you mean miss them?
He still does them.
He puts on his onesie and invites Darth over.
Don't be messing with my footy pajamas. That's how I slide down the stairs.
I'll tell you, the friend's house I like spending the night over the best was a friend of mine named Greg, because he lived with his grandparents, and his grandma, when we would wake up, she would make like fresh cinnamon toast, and oh, it was so good.
He didn't care for the kid. He just wanted some cinnamon toast.
Cinnamon toast. Hey, Greg, can we have a sleepover this weekend? Yeah, when his grandmother died, we quit that because no point.
Because the foster family wouldn't let you over?
There was just no point. I couldn't see going over there anymore.
You'd see Grandma dancing down the hall.
Greg, this is going to end our friendship.
Oh, well, who's going to make the French toast?
Exactly.
No, I don't think I can do this anymore.
Genome says we still do sleepovers, but adults just change the name to crashing.
Genome's doing that cooking on his YouTube channel. Are you going to be doing some recipes, Mr. Zablo, when you get your channel up and rolling?
No, but I will do some taste tests.
I got something you can take.
Oh, that ain't right.
Who said that ain't right?
I did.
Oh, okay. Well, you're kind of right.
A taste test. I used to like to go to Big J's house because he always had carrot cake.
Man, my mom used to get that either Goodings or Publix carrot cake.
I think it was Publix. And you know what's funny is John Beatty will cook a breakfast. He'll cook scrambled eggs and pancakes like there's no going out of there's no running out of stuff. But then Genome says, Craig, are you fixing to dip your toes into the YouTube waters?
Oh, his toes are dipped.
I'm going to go wading. I've been toying with the idea. I think I will venture out in there in 2021.
Because he's old enough now.
I've been convinced that my AOL message board is outdated. Genome says, Goodings, you're showing your age. What's next? Food Lion and Albertsons retrospectives?
Food Lion's closed. I think Genome still has one where he lives up there in Bama.
Genome says he's a former Florida boy.
Yes, he is.
He had to be, right? If he Jim Ivey, all roads came through Jim Ivey's.
That's right. That is true.
Did you see the tweet I sent to about Jim Ivey?
To Ingrid?
No, not Ingrid. Dennis Cohen.
No, I didn't.
I tweeted him and said that Jim Ivey had told me that Dennis Cohen was going to be an artist to keep an eye on before Dennis was a pro. And he tweeted back and he was like, I did not know that, and he really thought that was cool that Jim recognized his talent back in the day.
Do you remember that cool picture Jim had of Dennis? He kind of looked like a young Lawrence Fishburne or Jimi Hendrix or something.
I vaguely remember the picture, but I remember the drawing that Cohen did of Jim Ivey and Conan, and it was like really good.
I saw Dennis again a couple years back at a small Texas show. A small show, 2 days, but man, that was the best Texas show. It's like, and the guy's not going to do it anymore, just because it was just him, and it was a lot of work, and boy, that was a good show. I mean, you talk about a fun show. That was it. Everybody would come up and tell us like, yeah, we do the bigger Texas show, but this one we prefer because number one, the price to get in was just affordable. You're not paying for the
TV stars.
Yeah. And it just, hold on a minute. I'm doing some, so yeah, they said, yeah, we still go to it, and I'm like, well, why? If this one, they're like, well, it's in our town, and I kind of get that, right?
Yeah.
So they go to both of them, but they really love that guy's 2-day show.
Lloyd just popped in and said, hello, John and other people.
Lloyd, what's up, man?
Oh, hey, Lloyd. Well, with the advancements that they're making on the vaccines, there's a good chance we'll be able to do some shows coming up in the summer.
Sure you will.
You don't think so?
No.
What do you think, Darth?
Yes.
Yes, we will, or yes, we won't.
Just yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we will.
I don't think you're getting out for anything.
Once I get that vaccination, and I'm clear to go. Oh man, look out!
Yeah. Okay.
I'll be doing
Artist Alley.
I'll be doing sleepovers.
Yeah, look out, all you people that Craig's been waiting to get it from. When probably the best time to get it was this year when everyone was having COVID specials and stuff. Suddenly he's going to be running to your table.
I think we'll be at Heroes next year. I'm pretty sure. I'm hoping.
I'll just say I hope.
They're advertising. They're advertising that DeLand show in January now. I don't think that's going to happen.
I do. It happened. It's small. The small shows will be able to go. Whoever has that first big show, I think people are still going to be very gun shy. No pun intended.
Are you going to the DeLand show?
No.
Of course not.
I was there last year.
Well, I know. So was I.
That's because I was there. And I did the Wild Bill interview.
I've gone before when you weren't there.
You sounded like you were kind of bragging about it.
I was.
You did.
I was proud.
Didn't he, Ron? He's like, oh, I
was proud. We did do the Bill Black interview, and to this day.
Oh, I was perfect. Bill,
I was like, I can't believe. John started talking, and John's known Bill since,
since I was 17.
Yeah, and
was Bill not giving me the big thumbs up?
And he started talking about Bill, but he was telling these bodacious lies about Bill. And
they said, "What's it like to have someone like Bill Black a friend?" And I was like, "Oh, it's the best." I could call Bill in the middle of the night working on one of his AC comics and say, "Bill, I really need an 8-ball to stay up, man," and he'd get that thing sent right up.
Genome says DeLand has a show. I lived in Deltona when the only reason to go to DeLand was the Dairy Queen. And Lloyd said that cons were announced already, including Heroes Con.
Yeah, they're announced, but they were announced last year too.
Oh, does that mean Heroes sale is up today?
It probably is. They've Heroes started announcing some 2021 guests, and John Beatty's listed.
Of course.
Now, if you paid for your Heroes Con for last year, you're rolled over to this year, so I'm already set for that. And Heroes is a show that, gosh, I can't remember the last time I missed a Heroes Con.
Last year. I mean, this year, rather.
Yeah, that's true. You got a point there.
What's your excuse, bloke?
This was to be the year since I retired in into May. This was to be the year I was going to be able to go to any show within reason that I wanted.
He even told me, "Let me know where you're going. I'll get my ticket.
We'll have some fun.
We'll have pillow fights in the room."
Those days were supposed to happen and they didn't. Hey, did you guys happen to see the Saturday Night Live? It's been a few weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, and the skit was funny. These ladies go to this fortune teller, and it's the year before the convention.
Hey,
did you guys see that by any chance?
No, I didn't hear what you were saying because I was being a fool.
So
everybody plays a fool. Now that is a good song.
That is a good song.
You know who did it, right?
Yeah, I could tell you.
Gosh, okay, I'm thinking too, because Jacob loved it.
It's a group. Everybody Plays the Fool by the. Someone will look it up.
There's no exception to the rule. Listen to me. It may be factual.
And here comes another copyright violation.
I think my neighbor, I think he's pulling his car out to wash it, and he usually plays music.
Scripted development or scripted dev says, "Hi, Dad."
Jacob.
Is that Jacob?
Another new name.
My little man.
Scripted dev?
Yeah.
What's that?
He's a developer. He's scripting.
Oh. All right.
Robloxian.
Well, okay, going back to the skit. So they go to this fortune teller, and it's
I heard his name when I said he knew the song.
And it's the year before COVID hits. It's the fortune teller's like, I see you. You're staying in your house. You haven't seen a friend in months. And they're like, why? What's going on? And the next person is like, I don't know what's going on, but you're wearing a mask. And it was all stuff that you would never believe. I can't remember all the specifics, but it was funny. Lloyd says sales galore on con websites all over the place. Well, post some links, Lloyd.
He can't.
He can't in the comments?
He can.
They don't want to, do they?
Send me some links. I need to see some links.
Sales galore for what? Tickets?
Yeah. MegaCon had their sale going on.
Yeah, you buy a ticket and it gets canceled. Guess what?
Oh
no! Their fine print said you actually had up to 14 days prior to the show to cancel.
Yeah, but you don't know.
14 days, you'll have an idea.
Maybe.
Maybe not. Scripted Dev says hi again.
Hey, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob. Hello, Jacob.
I should send Jacob an invite.
There you go. So Big J, are you reading any comics these days or looking at any art in the comics these days?
I'm actually not.
You know, my last order through Steve's, our local comic book guy, I had a previews order. I ordered the new previews, and I ordered Texas Blood. That was all that was on there that I was. Which, you know, I usually get between.
Does Steve charge you for previews, or?
I was just going to ask, what do you mean you ordered the previews? That's free.
Well, I get a preview. I get a previews
for free.
I don't know.
Come on, you know what
was he's paying for it. Oh,
I might be. I only buy, like I said, there was only 2 items this last month.
Well, we understand.
How much did you pay for both of those items?
No, that's my order.
Oh, okay.
And well, I take comics in, and I don't really have to pay for them because I get credit.
So, in other words, you're a reader, not a collector.
I've got a box of like old stuff that I've collected.
Yeah.
But
the new stuff.
Oh no, not the new stuff. Except for, like I said, Philadelphia, Texas Blood.
What is this Philadelphia?
It's the vampire thing.
See, now he's intrigued.
Modern day it's really good.
No, I forgot about it. That's right. Nah,
it's really good. I was reading a thing called Lost. What was
Lost
it?
Boys.
Lost Boys. Lost Boys. Not a lot. Now I am intrigued by the stuff that Sean Phillips and Ed Brubaker do, and they're doing the graphic novels now that are going to be coming out like every 4 months, and it's a different story. You know, it's not like a continuation, and they're crime stories. with the first one coming out in.
What are you scratching, Ron?
That's not me.
That's not me. December 22nd. Reckless.
Who's creaking something?
Not me.
Somebody is.
Maybe it was your back.
No.
That was somebody.
That was my chair, but no, this was like a fingernail, like going, or like a X-Acto knife scratching.
You doing art, Darth?
He might be.
Darth, you doing some art?
Yes.
That's what we're hearing.
That's not what you're hearing.
What are we hearing?
I was using a brush pen, and I heard that too. It sounded like someone was rolling the wheel of a mouse.
Now are you?
I say, my neighbor's music. You can hear it.
Now, Darth, are you doing a Stallone?
He might be.
That was the correct answer, no matter what. Well played there, Darth. Well played. Yeah. John, what was his name? John, the liar.
Jared?
No. Come on.
Cheap shot.
Come on, no.
I'm joking.
The lie. He'd say, yeah, that's the ticket.
John Lovitz.
John Lovitz. That was what it sounded like that Darth was giving us. Are you drawing Stallone? Yeah, that's the ticket. I'm drawing on Sylvester Stallone.
No, I had to shout out Jared because he would have expected that.
Now, where is Jared?
Come
on, Jared. Where are you at, buddy?
He's in after Thanksgiving food comatose prison.
No, he's doing his yard sales today. Or does he do it on Saturday?
That crystal stuffing.
White crystal. That looked pretty good, actually.
No, I couldn't. It had cheese in it.
I'm going to tell you. My wife made stuffing yesterday. Oh my God, it was so bad.
That's where I knew this was going because you got quieter.
Oh my God. And what was funny was like, okay, so we had a small Thanksgiving. We had my son and daughter-in-law and grandson and my other son and my wife and myself. And so of course everybody's making a little something. She made some stuffing and something else. And she's like, well, Craig, what do you think of the stuffing? And I was like, and she goes, well, you're not saying anything. And I said, well, I'm trying to think of how I want to answer. And she goes, well, you don't like it. And I was like, well,
I didn't love it.
Not really. And so she was like, well, I like it. And she was like, my daughter-in-law, Erin. She's like, Erin, what do you think? And Erin looked like she'd been put on the spot. And she was like, yeah, it's pretty good. And Charlie goes, pretty good? And she's like, well,
best stuffing I've ever had.
Don't you hate it when you're put on the spot? It's like,
No, I'll just be brutally honest.
Oh, I've seen you say you're going to be brutally honest.
Right.
Come on,
right.
You're a kind-hearted person.
I am not.
You are.
How dare you?
Okay, let me ask you this. No, I won't do it online.
Yeah,
I won't do it on.
Good for you.
Where it'll be saved for posterity. But I'll just say that
I can delete this if need be.
I will just say that I know that you've done some very kind things.
On the DL.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
with no ulterior motives.
Correct.
Hey, my motives are only getting in someone's pants.
Is that now? Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you going to help John put up a TV tomorrow?
That's what I'm like, hey.
Hey, I'm going to help you put up a TV.
Oh, no.
Hey, Green Lantern HG just jumped in. He said, just a quick hello, everybody. Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. I'm at work and not allowed to use YouTube.
Hello. Rebel.
But he used it to give the
Bye.
quick.
He said in that quick, he said bye.
All right. Well, thank you, sir.
I hope you had time to click the like button.
Oh, yeah.
Click the like button, Green Lantern, if you can. Bye, everybody.
Man,
where's Mark and Duchess?
December 1st.
What's that?
That's where they'll be.
Oh, okay. Now, your friend Courtney I wonder if she's dropped in and just didn't say anything.
No, Courtney doesn't come into my streams.
No?
I think she doesn't sub to me anymore.
Oh, okay.
I think she thinks I'm
a troublemaker
and really evil. She doesn't understand my dark humor.
It takes a while to grasp that.
People don't realize that if I'm not teasing them, it's usually because I don't like them.
It's funny that you say that.
Why?
My wife says that about me. She says if I tease somebody, she knows I really like them.
Right. That's because, well, I was going to say I'm not that bold, but sometimes I am.
You're not bold?
Well, that's why I had to walk that back.
Back that one up.
Because, if that stuffing was bad, I would have said, who made the stuffing?
Who made this stuff that is supposed to be stuffing?
Actually, if it would have been Drayla, I probably couldn't have been mean.
No,
I probably would have said, if I wasn't eating all this other food, I'd have more. But
if I wasn't eating this other stuff, I'd like a lot less.
Suddenly I'd be on my low carb diet again. Oh no. One spoonful is enough. So where's that stuffing now? Is it out in the trash?
No. What's funny is we split it up between two families, and she was like,
you were like, oh, they can have it all.
she brought home some, and like we were going to have some for lunch today, some leftovers for lunch, and she said, do you want some stuffing? And I said, no. And she goes, well, I know you don't like it. She goes, but Aaron kept some. I was like, yeah, she was being polite. What are you gonna tell somebody if they were like, here, do you want this? No, I don't. No.
You
like it much more than I do.
I had enough. You could say, I'm trying to cut my carbs.
I had enough.
Yeah. I had enough. Thank you. You know how it is, like if you eat something and it's enough for like a long period of time.
Yeah.
Like
for the rest of your life.
like stuffing sometimes is.
Lloyd says that, talking about you, John, as being the timid guy, he says the guy who likes to start rumbles in the Walmart parking lot.
Well, that was really not my fault. I mean, I literally was just going to go over. I couldn't believe the guy did that.
What happened?
You never heard the story?
Never heard the story.
It's not a good day to tell it. That's kind of behind me.
I'm gonna give you the footnote of it. He pulled in, some guy was also pulling in. They got in a little yelling match. John was kind of near the little man. Little man got scared, punched John, then ran away to call the cops. And it was like, but I'm a nurse. And so then the police were like, oh, it's clearly the tall man's fault. John's like, go look at the camera, you jerks. And they're like, well, if we look at the camera, we're going to take you to jail. And he's like, fine.
Yeah, they told me that, to do that was going to be, they would have to take us both to, they'd have to arrest us both. And I had a convention coming up that weekend. This was like on a Wednesday or so.
Yeah.
Like the day before I was going to fly out.
So the guy hit you and ran?
No.
Oh.
But let me
I gave my version of the story.
let me just show you something here.
Oh boy.
Let me draw this diagram. Okay. Tell me this would not, you would not shake your head and go, "You've got to be kidding me." All right. So, all right. Here's the the one way, mind you, parking in Walmart, right?
All right.
And then they have, let's see. Okay, they are diagonals on the parking spots, right?
Right.
I was trying to remember if they were straight or not, but they're diagonals. All right, so, and then this is the other side.
Going the other way?
Actually, they go this way, don't they?
Yeah.
The diagonals, you park, yeah, you go this way. So, like this is the sidewalk here to go across the street into the Walmart.
Okay.
So just forget about that because that's a non-spot. That's one of these little, gardeny things.
Yeah. Okay.
So, there's a car here. There's no car here. There's a car here. A car here. Car here. Down, car here.
Right.
I see this spot. I'm literally right here. Right?
Right.
I got my blinker on. See that blinking? See?
Yeah, I see it.
All right.
Looks animated.
Yeah, that's the idea. All right. So there's a car parked here. Let's see, how did this, and then there's a car parked here. No other, this whole place over here is free.
Wide
right?
open.
So then in the parking lot, somewhere around, I don't know, somewhere in this area, there's this big thing, which I didn't know and I do now. It's got cameras on it.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm waiting, I'm seeing the spot and I put my blinker on. Well, all of a sudden, from this directional, right?
Yeah. All Gold says it looks like the lot was full of nice cars.
It was. All of a sudden, I see this. I'm going to turn and I see this guy put his
front end
into that spot. And I'm like, what's this guy trying to do? So I thought he just wanted to do this.
Right.
I thought he wanted to, just come out. Right.
Right.
So I slowed down here. There's
Look at that.
Little puff of brake smoke. So I slowed down and I waited.
I see where this is going, right?
And he made this cut. He turned. He pulled up, and I'm sitting here with my blinker on, looking at him. He pulled out a little bit, and then he backed in until he was parked perfectly right here.
Yeah.
So I had pulled up a little further, here, when he started to maneuver, right?
Right.
That kind of looks like the more the size of my vehicle anyway.
There you go.
But I started here and I started edging forward thinking he was just, I was being nice, letting him.
Right.
And he parks. And so I'm just stopped there looking at him with my blinker, ding, 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 ding.
Right.
And he's looking at me and I'm looking at him. Right.
Right.
And so he rolls his window down and sticks his head out and says, what's your problem? And so I rolled my window down and I said, are you serious? And he's like, what do you mean, am I serious? I said, you're going to park there like that. Yeah, this is my parking spot.
Oh, his parking spot.
It's like a Seinfeld episode, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
So we exchanged a few words.
Okay.
And, Ron loves this.
Was Ron with you?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, Ron would have told me to calm down and.
No.
Go ahead. You, Zablo, you understand how little things like that really annoy me.
Oh, of course.
I mean, I could not believe. I thought I was being a model citizen, letting this guy pull out.
Correct.
There's no way, somebody's going to come here and loop-de-doo.
Come in the wrong way.
All of these are open. You understand?
Right. So what happened then?
Okay, so, he's staying in the car and he's yelling at me. And so I just said, I'll see you inside.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, what's that mean? And I just said, I'll see you inside. And he's like, you can see me here. So I pulled around and parked here.
Right.
Right where this look at this diagram.
It's
right where that big camera could see everything, right? But I didn't know it was the camera.
Right.
So I get out of my car and I'm thinking, is this guy serious? I mean, I just couldn't believe it, right?
Right.
So, okay. By the time I pulled around, there was traffic here. I pulled around, I got a parking place, put my car in park, turned it off. No, we weren't wearing masks then. It seems like we've worn masks forever now, don't it?
Yeah.
But this was last year in, I think, November. And so, I get out of my car and I start walking, and the guy had plenty of time to either move, like go,
right,
walk into Walmart or whatever, but he stays there. And so I come out and I have my hands I'm like this open, I'm not hiding anything.
Right.
Hey, we picked up 2 new people since I started this.
The story's getting out there. Like, you got to come hear this story.
and so I'm like, dude, are you serious? I said, you park like that? And he's like, what's wrong with it? I said, you're number one, you cut across these spots. And I'm continuing to walk to him. I'm like, you cut across these spots. I had my blinker on for that. And I'm,
right.
I'm walking this way, right?
Right.
I'm walking. He's here. He's this dot.
Yeah.
Right. And then he walks down here. So he comes towards me. Right.
Right.
And then, about this time I'm here. Still just, I have my hands out, not in a threatening, we lost somebody. Violence must have got him,
Scared him away.
It'd be interesting if I learned to draw this and it made some funny, goofy picture at the end. And it was a fake, like a fake story.
Like a mad fold out.
Yeah.
Or fold in.
This almost looks like a little train car.
Yeah.
So, I come around to the edge of his car. And he's right here, and he's still arguing with me, and I'm just like, I can't believe, that you're parking there. I was stopped to let you, and I was gonna say to let you through, and the guy goes, "Don't come any closer to me," and he flails at me like a woman, right, with his fist, he like this,
right,
and one of his hands hit me in the lip and the
lip.
Yeah. I had a bloody lip.
What?
Yes.
Oh my God.
You know what? I wish I thought of this later. I wish I would have turned my camera on as I approached him.
Yeah.
But I didn't, that's hindsight.
Right. Right.
Because I didn't think this was going to happen. I just couldn't believe, number one, that he's, doing that. Number two, that I'm doing it. Number one, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
So he hit me, and I said, "You just assaulted me." I said, "I'm calling the police."
Yeah.
And so he didn't. He got in his car, right? Got back in his car, and he rolled the window down. And I'm going through the whole, finding the Holly Hill police number and stuff like that.
Right.
And I hear him like, "Yeah, this guy's calling the cops on me." So he literally started to pull out of his parking spot.
Right.
He turned his engine on, and I thought he was leaving because I was calling the police.
Right.
And so I snapped a few pictures of his car, which I still have, so I could run that tag.
Yeah.
So, he started to pull out, and when he saw me get behind him and take a few pictures, I think he realized he backed back in.
Right.
And so the police told me to go stand next to my vehicle and not talk to him.
Okay.
So that's what I did. So that's my diagram of how it happened.
Well, there you go.
And so I put 3.9 millimeters right in the center of his forehead.
No, so actually though, I always wondered how you met Darth, and then from that, what a beautiful friendship.
But no, I mean, seriously, would that not? I mean, come on.
That's bizarre. That's bizarre.
I mean, when I think about it now, it still kind of gets me,
Well, yeah, I had a similar situation, and this is at least 10 years ago. And
you're about my age.
Yeah. And I went
give or take a year.
I went to McDonald's one night, and this guy cut in the line in front of me. And it was trying to come in, and I was coming around, and I stopped and I raised my hands. I was like, "What?" And he rolls down his window, and he was like, "I was here. I'm coming in this way." And I was like, the line is over here. And he's like, and at that point I was just like, whatever. And he said, "Say something else, and I'll slap you in the face."
I'm gonna kick your ass,
dude. I stopped, and at that point I stopped the car. And I rolled down the window, and I started to open the door, and then I'm thinking, "What am I over this?" And he was like, "No, you can go ahead." And I was like, "Just pull ahead," because he was already halfway in. But that quick, you can go from zero to let's do this, and you just got to have a cooler head.
Well, that's why I mean, he started. I don't know what you want to call it, cat clawing at me like a woman. And it's like, it kind of took me off guard. And I mean, I thought real fast, and I said, "I'm not going to jail over this guy."
Right.
So my first thought was like, this guy just assaulted me.
Yeah.
I didn't pull a gun. And then he starts lecturing me about, I could have had a gun. I could have had this. And I said, I could have too.
Yeah.
I said, but that's on me. That's my decision.
Crazy people, man.
And then the cops that came, the kid looked like he was about 23 years old, like he's a rookie.
Yeah.
And he, I was telling him what happened, and then he goes over and gets that story. And I know this guy's talked to the police before where I never had to.
Right.
Because then they kind of start reversing it on me. It's like, I hear the guy going, "Well, he came over and shoved me."
Ah.
And when I heard that, I said, whoa. I said, "I shoved you?" He goes, "Yeah." Because the cop saw the blood on my lip and cheek, right?
Yeah.
And that's when the cop said, "Well, that's a camera right there. It records everything." I said, "Good." I told the one guy that I wanted him to, he goes, "We can pull the tape." And I said, "Yeah, do it." And then that's when the other cop came and said, "Well, we'd have to take you both to jail."
They just were avoiding paperwork.
I know it, but I didn't know. I've never been arrested.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was out talking to the cops, trying to figure out. I even asked the guy. I asked the cop. I said, "Do you see what he did?" I was didn't do the diagram for the cop.
Yeah. That would have sold it.
Come here, let me show you something.
But I showed him how he pulled in and stuff, and I said, and you see he's parked this way, right? And the cop's like, yeah. Well, his partner came by the time I got to this. And he's like, yeah. And I said, so you're okay with that? He goes, well, he's in the white lines. And I was like, really? And the cop's like, yeah. He's like, basically the cop was just like, the worst thing about people that do this is when they try to pull out, the traffic's going one way and they usually go the other way or something, or they cause problems like that. And I'm like, so I said, so you really can't do nothing. He goes, well,
Well, they can't enforce traffic laws on a private parking lot. And then unless you were going to do something, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if I wanted to press charges, they could have.
That was the only thing you could have done, by saying that he pushed you first. But then the other guy's claiming you hit them. They have to go, okay, well, then you probably both hit each other, because they don't know that you're telling the truth or the other guy's telling the truth. They don't know.
Oh, I think they knew.
Genome says the young cop arrives and you're like, do you know who I am? I was working in the industry when you were nothing but a gleam in your daddy's eye.
That's right.
That guy in.
I just tell them Secret Wars 8.
Genome says if you'd have done the diagram, they'd have hauled the guy to jail.
Oh man, I knew it.
There's just one of my old bosses said that he almost got into a road rage thing, and he said, I've got to just live by Fido, forget it and drive on, because you don't know what someone else could have.
I do that on the roads, but in a parking lot where the guy, like, where he was just being a real yes, and then he, I just told him, I'll see you inside.
Which could be construed as a threat.
Well, he probably liked that idea until you started walking over me.
Well, what he told he also said something about, well, you're a big guy. And I said, yeah, and maybe you should consider who's going to get out of the car that you're waiting on.
You know what's funny, and it's a similar story, I guess. When I was in junior college, I lived on the beach side, and A1A on A1A, and I was pulling out, and it was
A1A Beachside Boulevard,
and it was a rainy night, and this car just sideswiped me. My Mustang sideswiped my Mustang. So we stop, he stops, and I get out of the car and I start walking towards him, and I'm just walking towards him. We're going to exchange license and everything. And this dude, he was a smaller dude, and he starts running down the highway away from me. And so my mom had heard the crash. She comes out. We call the police. The police show up, and the guy's like a half a block away. So I tell the police officer what happened.
No, hold on real quick. So junior college. So for context, you just graduated. So you're still in kind of wrestler physique. You'd went to nationals.
I didn't go to that. I did not go to nationals. But yeah,
Beatty said you went to nationals.
No,
he went to state.
No.
Okay.
But anyway, I was in good shape. I was in good shape. So
continue with the story.
So I tell the cop, what happened, and he's like, well, where's the guy? And I was like, that's him. And he's like, what's he doing down there? And I said, I started walking towards his car, and he took off running. And he goes, all right. So he calls the guy back, gets his information, and basically it was one of these things where I wasn't at fault, he wasn't at fault. I thought he was at fault, but whatever. So this is in like 1978, I guess, 78, 79. So get my car fixed. 20 years go by.
More than does it again.
More than 20 years goes by. I'm an assistant principal at a middle school. I've been working there a year. And one of the teachers comes up to me And this is
I think I remember this story.
Yeah, and it was after school, and he goes, "Mr. Zablo, did you used to drive a 71 Mustang?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "It was a brown Mustang, blah blah blah." And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "You got into a wreck on A1A in 79, 78." And I said, "Yeah, I did." How did you know?
Here's
and he goes,
papers.
I'm the guy you ran into. And I said, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes,
back up and he reversed.
He goes, "I'm the guy you ran into." He goes, "My dad had passed away, and I'm cleaning out papers in his house, and he still had the incident report." And I was like, "Well, I didn't run into you. You ran into me." And he goes, no, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, "Well, whatever." Come to find out, he started telling his classes that I wrecked into him. And the thing that ticked me off was that he cussed me out. So he starts the story by telling the kids about the time he cussed out the assistant principal. my son is in one of his classes. So my son tells me this. So I go to him after school and I'm like, "Hey, I hear you're talking about this in the classes." And he's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Look, we don't need to go into that. But I said, if you continue, I'm going to tell the whole faculty about how you ran away." And he says, "Oh, of course, we never heard any more about it. But what are the odds, that would happen?" It was bizarre. It was totally bizarre.
Well, so the cop, to kind of cool us down, he said, "So you all seem like two nice guys." He's like, "What do you do?" to the guy that clogged me. And he goes, "I'm a nurse." And
Darth.
No.
Yeah, it was me.
And he goes, "What do you do?" And I said, "I'm an artist." And he goes, "Oh, two good careers." Anyway, I just, I knew what they were trying to do when they asked us,
Yeah.
Now you hug him. Okay.
Yeah.
You kiss him. Happening. Wait a minute.
So the cop gets home. The older cop gets home, and his wife's like, "So have any action tonight?" And he's like, "The biggest thing that happened was a nurse and an artist got into a scrap at the Walmart."
In the Walmart parking lot.
Really wasn't bad. No, one of them just kind of clawed the other.
Well, the funny thing is like I said, these two police, they couldn't have been more than 25 years old, both of them.
They were like, these two old guys were going to fight at the Walmart over a parking spot. It's funny because I can see in the heat of the moment getting so like, I can't believe this guy did this. And then you think about it later and you're like, it was a parking spot and there was a lot of open spaces just a little bit away.
It's about the
no, sir. You missed the diagram. Let me show you the diagram.
No, I understand. He went in the wrong.
I'm going in the direction I should. There's only one spot. He went out of his way to get to the spot when all of these were open.
I think he just wanted to meet you.
Because he could have done it easier than that.
But not cheaper.
When he said something about, well, why don't you just park or something like that? I just went around here and there's like plenty of spots. I couldn't park right behind him because there was someone there, but he made it. I don't know. He made it through there. I was a couple of cars over.
Genome said, "What kind of punk kid could outrun a wrestler? High school wrestlers run more than soccer player triathletes. You should have double-legged him and turned him over to the law." Actually, he was a couple years older than me, and I probably could have chased him down. But that was not my intent. I guess I looked angry.
I guess I did too.
Yeah. Now, I can't tell the story about the time that the guy robbed the hotel and I had to try to chase him down.
If you want to brag.
We'll save that for another time.
Or you could tell the story when you took the gun, the pistolero from the guy.
That was a good one too. Anyway, I thought we were going to talk.
And I think I told Darth this story about the guys we used to drag race all the time that we'd see occasionally.
What's funny about that story is it's unbelievable that we met up with them so many times.
It is. And what's unbelievable is I thought you were doing the same thing I was doing.
I said, John, I can't understand why these guys are getting so mad.
Do you remember that night that it was, we followed them around and stuff or they were following us and called in a truck and
yeah.
And then you finally said, all right, this enough's enough.
Gino says the guy stole your space, rolled down his window and shouted, "You had Secret Wars 8. All I have is this parking space. You owe me."
I'm telling you, I can laugh at it now, but at the time,
you were hot.
It was frustrating. I'll tell you that.
And what's frustrating is when you think about it later that evening and there's nothing you can do.
I know. I missed my opportune.
Don't sweat the small stuff, right?
Well,
I could have had him.
I had a convention and Jacob. How do you explain that?
Yeah.
Jacob Daddy wasn't going to let that man take his parking spot.
No, sir.
But Dad,
that little guy that cat clawed you. The guy, that guy went home and he was like, "Yeah, this big man thought he was going to get my spot. He goes, I bloodied that man's lip.
I popped him a good one."
Then he called the police, and I told the police, "Look."
I'll tell you, I know that guy had more experience on how to talk to police officers than I did.
He says, "All right, here's what I do. I pop them, then I call the police, then I sweet talk the cops."
And you know what? When the second cop came, he wasn't short, but let's just say he was stout.
Yeah.
And I told the guy, I said, we were still kind of tit for tatting.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, look, this big guy is approaching me. Should I scratch him or should I swing at him?
Should I scratch him?"
Cat scratch fever. So this has been an interesting
violation. Third violation.
This has been an interesting Friday. We've gained another person. Hello, other person.
Hey, hit that like button if you like it. Jacob, that man that stole Daddy's spot was a DC fan. He had it coming, Genome says.
That's right. Although I like, I did my time at DC. They treated me well.
That's where you got your start.
Well, yeah, no.
No, we got to back that one up.
Well, I did technically, in a sense, get my first monthly. Shooter didn't offer me a monthly right off the bat over someone.
Yeah.
But neither did DC.
Neither did Bill Black.
Oh, he had no monthly.
He didn't have a monthly then.
Hey, Bill was missing his monthly.
Oh. While Bill's got his Back in Black YouTube story.
I haven't watched the second episode yet.
You know what? I enjoy it. Bill,
I'm sure I will too.
Telling his tales.
Well, that died down.
That's looking good there, Mr. Beatty.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You did a drawing. It's all jacked up. I'm quite the card.
Card.
He's a player.
So I had a can opener that didn't work. So you know what I called it?
Can't opener.
There you go.
What are you drawing, Darth?
Storm.
I thought we talked about this.
No, you didn't tell us.
Oh, it's Stallone. It's so Stallone.
There you go. There you go.
He might be doing a Stallone.
That'd be awesome. We got to get something for every month, Darth. You got to help me out. Because like we were going to do Rocktober next year.
That's right. That's right.
Slytember. Slyvember. Start in September. Slide. Yeah, that won't work. It's not easy coming up with stuff.
Ask Genome.
Genome, help us out here. Hit every month.
Cat scratch fever.
Stop or my mom will shoot January.
Did he write that?
No.
But see, you want to go with only Stallone-based months for every month, right?
Correct.
Okay. Makes it a little harder.
You working on it?
I'm working on it now.
Yeah, there you go.
Why would he want to do anything but Stallone months?
Yeah, why would I want to do anything but Stallone? I'm too deep. Yeah, Gino, month themes for Stallone. You know, like Rocktober, Slyvember. He's working on it. We got two great minds.
Demolition Man December.
Demolition number.
Close.
And it's quiet again.
It is.
Quiet.
Well, you know, I'm resting up from my story.
You know, there's two ways you can go with the size of that art. You could say that it's a super big piece, right? Or you could say John's got really little hands and it's playing card size.
I'm drawing at the actual size of
a playing card. Do you know how small your hands would have to be if that was a playing card?
Yes, I do.
Oh my gosh, that's too funny. How funny is it?
Hey, don't make me drive over to your house.
I make you laugh. I'm funny like a clown.
Hey, wouldn't that be great if I would have came out with an accent like that?
Yeah.
So you want to talk to me, huh?
You got my fucking spot? I think it's funny you said I'll see you inside. He was like, holy crap, I don't want to go in there now.
Well, I figured since he took my spot, I was going to have to get one. He may as well get in.
What would you have said if, when you said, I'll see you inside, if he said like in a real flirty voice, well, why don't we just walk in together?
What kind of voice?
Like a flirty voice. You'd have said, no, man, you can have the spot.
I don't need it that bad.
Or you might have said, okay, let's walk in together.
I would have said, oh, yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do.
You know, it's funny how you can say something and it sounds like a threat when you don't mean it to be a threat. Like, I'll see you inside. That sounds like a threat.
No,
or that's exactly what we'll do. That sounds like a threat.
Does it? I just was like, you know, we'll discuss this inside.
Oh, we'll be talking about this.
That's right. We're going to get the manager. No, I don't. That gave me a good job. We'll get the manager.
We're going to see who gets this spot.
I'm going to have this spot for the rest of my life since you did this.
He said, this is my spot, sir. Why do you want in my spot?
I can't believe he parked that way. I mean, still to this day, that does blow my mind.
It really bothers you, doesn't it?
Yes. I would never take a parking spot that way unless the parking lot was completely empty, you know?
Yeah.
But even then,
even
then, why? It's not like there were, you know, it was the only spot left and it was like the day before Christmas.
All right. So if he got out of the car and he said he had to run to the bathroom. I'm sorry, man. I have to run to the bathroom. Would you have been okay then?
Yeah.
If he got out of the car and he said, I'm sorry, but this is the closest spot, and my wife can't walk very far. She has really bad asthma. Would you have been okay then?
I knew he didn't have a...
But I'm saying if that was his excuse.
Well, there was nobody else in the car.
Well, he's there to pick her up.
I'm just saying. Are there any circumstances where you'd have said, no problem, man, that's cool. You can have that spot?
Well, like I said, before I went and parked my car and got out, he had plenty of time to, number one, get out of his car and walk into Walmart.
I think he was worried about what you were going to do.
Well, that could be.
He said, I have poked the bear and the bear's coming back. You know, that reminds me of a time, John, when you poked the bear. Do you remember that time, sir?
A literal bear?
You told a man, you ask a man, what's your mother doing flapping around in a cage?
That's true.
We were at Jim Ivy's Cartoon Museum, a comic book shop.
I think Genome's been there.
And we were playing cards, and there was a guy that would come in, and he was a really dorky guy.
This was before dorks were cool.
Yeah, before dorks were cool. He was a really dorky guy.
And even now, though, he would be not a cool dork.
No, he wasn't. And we I mean, we treated him nice. I mean, we gave him rides and let him play cards with us once in a while.
And I told him when he had shaving cream behind his ear.
Yeah, you did that. Well, he was in the back room looking at back issues, and John and
no, you provoked me to say
wait now. Let me tell a story. We were playing cards.
Yeah, but you're gonna forget that part.
No, I'm not. And so
you're gonna go, hey, I bet you won't.
John started teasing the guy, right? And the guy was.
Why did I start teasing?
Well, because Jim Ivy was enjoying it, and you were provoking him. And hold on, let me tell the story. And the guy was saying, "You need to leave me alone." Blah blah blah. Quit, you know. And I said to John, I said, ask him what his mother was doing flapping around in a cage, which is a line from Paradise Alley. All right. And John and I had both seen the movie. And so John goes, hey, Mike, what's your mom doing flapping around in a cage? Honest to God, I've never seen anybody move so fast. He came from the back room and was standing over John. Now, John's a big guy. And the guy was not a big guy, but he was standing over John because John's seated, and his neck, blood vessels in his neck were bulging. His face was beet red. And he says, pointing at John and like almost spitting as he's saying it.
Yeah, I think he did spit.
He said, if you say anything else about my mother, I'll hurt your neck. And then he went in the other room, and we all looked at each other, and I was like, what makes that so scary is he was very specific about what he was going to do.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a surprise.
All right. Genome has gotten First Blood January because it's the first month.
Nice.
Rhinestone February, love. And that's, Valentine's Day and Rhinestone February. And he's working on some more. Well, I think he's on to something. And yes, Genome, we did say Jim Ivy's comic book shop.
Mother's Day is May. Stop or my mom will shoot.
There we go.
But see, I know you don't want those. You just want it all to be about Get Carter.
It's all about Get Carter.
Because when Craig leaves his reference book for artists, 97% of it is Get Carter.
John, I haven't used a reference book in several years, and I was like, do I even need to keep these anymore? Because I asked an artist, do you need reference? And like, no.
Well, they bring it up on their phone or...
Yeah, they can go online and...
Pretty simple there, cowboy.
Yippee-ki-yay, cowboy.
Let's see.
Hey, are you guys, any of you guys watching Fargo?
I thought you were going to say something else.
No.
That's a good show.
The original movie, but
yeah, no, the TV series is good.
So you say.
So I say. That doesn't mean it's true.
All right. I'm going to go take a break and use the restroom real quick.
Good to know. Make sure your camera's not following you. Genome said he was going to neck you, John.
I saw that.
He's necking. Oh man.
Wig. That guy at the Walmart parking lot should.
Oh boy.
You're a big guy, but you're out of shape.
Yeah.
Finish it. You're a big guy, but you're out of shape.
I do this for a living. Genome says trouble seems to find you a lot, John. Methinks we have found the vector.
Parking Walmart lately, I almost got into another and
yes, he can't go to a parking lot.
Now this was actually in the aisles when they had the one-way aisles and stuff. And I was turning in the correct way and this guy was coming out the opposite way. Right?
Yeah.
And so I just I went my way because I was going the right way and he didn't like it.
And John ran him over.
No, he waited till I was like just in an earshot's distance, right?
Yeah.
And he said something about, I was coming out or something like that. I was coming out, you MFer. I left my cart about, I don't know, I was about a third of the way down the aisle, but he said it loud enough so I could hear it.
Yeah.
And I turned around and I started walking. I said, hey, and he turned around and he goes, what do you want? I said, did you have anything you wanted to say to me to my face? And he's like,
to my face.
He's like, I was trying to come out. And you know what I told on him?
What?
I said, you're going the wrong way. Look at the arrows on the floor. And I swear that's all it took. He just shook his head and he walked away.
He said, I loved your work on Secret Wars, man.
I stopped and pointed to the arrow on the floor. I said, I was going the correct way. You were going the wrong way. Look at the arrow.
I've learned one thing today, boys.
What's that?
John is a stickler for going the right way in parking lots and supermarkets.
Yeah. And on that, I will excuse myself for a couple.
That's funny.
Oh, earlier, John said that I was a state. I was not a state wrestler.
Okay.
I was not a state wrestler, but I was. I did go to regionals and did well, but not well enough to go to state.
Well, still, the point was you're a wrestler.
Yeah, let me tell you this story though. This is a funny story. So, I'm going to tell you the story about the guy that robbed the hotel. I only have like 2 or 3 good stories, and this is one of them. So, I worked at the Treasure Island Inn on the beachside, and it was a big motel, and they had a contract with Eastern Airlines, and we would take the pilots and stewardesses to and from the airport. And it was the bellman's job to do that, and I was the head bellman, so I did that every day I was working. And I was taking a van load of pilots and stewardesses back to the airport, and we're driving down A1A, and we saw this guy run out of this little hotel called the Le Chateau. And the lady comes flying out behind him and she's yelling, he just robbed me. He just robbed me. And I don't remember if the pilot said, he was in the front seat with me, if he said, let's help her or whatever, but I ended up pulling the van over, and the co-pilot and the pilot and I get out and we start chasing this guy, and he's running behind the hotel down to the beach. And I was in pretty good shape because of wrestling and everything. And so I'm running. He jumps over the beach, the fence to the fence to the beach, and he's taking off his shirt and he's slowing down now. And I jump over the rail and I'm running and he sees me. So he starts running. So now he's running down the beach and I'm running down the beach.
I'll be ready.
And he's pulling away from me. And I'm like realizing I'm not going to be able to catch this guy.
Please say you knocked somebody off their bike.
No.
Oh,
It's even crazier than that. And I, to this day, don't know why I did it. But I yelled, freeze! And he stopped. I swear to God, he stopped. I yelled, don't turn around. Put your hands in the air. He puts his hands in the air. So I walk up. Once I walk up to him, it's not an issue now. I get a hold of him, put his hands behind his back. I don't remember if it was the pilot or the co-pilot. One of the guys catches up and he says, we've called the police. So we hold him there. Police come flying down onto the beach in a car, put the guy in the back seat of the car, and we go back to the hotel. From the hotel, I call the Treasure Island because they have to send someone else to take them because the police want me to give a statement. So I'm giving a statement of how, we caught this guy, and the cop's like, you told him to stop and he stopped. I was like, because he's like almost not believing it. And when the cop came and searched him, they found the money, and it was like $600 and a knife. He had robbed her with a knife. So the cop's like, you're kidding me. He opens the back door where the guy's sitting, and he's like, how did this guy catch you? And the guy goes, he yelled, freeze. He goes, and you froze? And he goes, it sounded like a cop. Turns out this guy had jumped bail in Peoria, Illinois, and ended up getting extradited back.
You just wanted to say Peoria.
And what was cool is the lady gave me a reward and gave me this real nice letter. But that's one of my claims to fame.
One of the many.
No, not many. I only have a couple.
Well, the Stallone zone.
It said John has been banned from Walmart parking lots.
Who wrote that?
Let's see, Lloyd.
Time. I think I can play dad rap. I don't think I'll get a copyright strike on that.
I don't know. There we go.
I think my cat got in the room and it's yep, there you are. Come here, Seven. Come on.
7 of 9.
I thought I heard some pitter patter. And Jacob ain't here, but he don't pitter patter anymore.
What's he do?
He gives it the $1 million elbow, Gordon Foley.
Richard Pryor was born in Peoria.
What year?
I do not know.
In the 40s.
Allgold said that. Allgold said his older brother was a state champ in wrestling, just missed going to the Olympics one year. That's awesome. That's awesome. Peoria, Illinois.
Oh, wow.
Big time championship wrestling.
That Ron is getting good.
Isn't he? Ron, you need to share that.
No.
Ron, you are getting good.
I had Prismacolors to play with.
Black and gold were Stallone's trunks in Rocky too, if that's the colors you have.
If you're just testing out your colors.
Yeah, if you're just, Richard Pryor used to work Peoria, Illinois into his skits in the early days. Allgold said, yeah, Mudbone. You live there. You're living near there. I'm from Terre Haute, Indiana, and Steve Martin, when he was real popular back in the late 70s, went to Terre Haute, and then he had a Playboy interview, and they asked him, traveling around, what's the most nowhere place you've been, or somehow it came up, and he said Terre Haute, and they had him back because he came back to apologize, and oh my God, he made a video out of it, and it was just like,
they wish he would have.
They wish they'd have done. Yeah, exactly. Be careful what you ask for.
Because that apology was probably tenfold
funnier and made us look worse. having issues, but it doesn't
It's
look
very pixelated.
Yeah, your camera is very the picture is very pixelated, John.
Who, mine?
Yeah,
I was thinking it was my internet too.
I was thinking it was mine.
How about now?
Still.
Well, it could just be the feed.
That could be it.
Yeah.
Sometimes, it could be the Wi-Fi.
Yep.
Because sometimes it happens, and on playback it doesn't.
It's still clear.
Yeah.
The funniest movie I ever saw, the hardest I ever laughed, was Richard Pryor Live. If you've never, and I don't think it would still be as funny because I saw it in a theater that was packed, and you know how laughter is contagious. I left that theater and my sides hurt. I laughed so hard.
I remember seeing a movie with you, and you stood up and made a kung fu pose. Like,
I remember you telling me that story.
When I watch them, even today, when I'm watching a movie.
What movie was that? I don't know. It's like
it was a scary movie. You said, and he jumped up to fight.
Yes, he jumped up and he literally fist up in a defensive position, ready to punch,
ready to swing on somebody.
I still Dawn of the Dead.
No, it wasn't Dawn of the Dead.
No, that's Mike Zeck.
Yeah. I don't know what it was, but I still jump a lot at movies and stuff. I'll tell you what's funny is I went to see, it was at a midnight showing of Carrie, the movie Carrie, the original. And, I'm at that age where you're
plug it
17 or 18 and you're all macho, and I was out on a date and, you're trying to be macho. And I was so tired. It was like, the movie's getting ready to end and it's like 2:00 in the morning or whatever. And I'm half awake, half asleep. And that scene at the very end, and this spoiler alert, where the hand comes out of the grave and grabs the lady.
People haven't seen Carrie yet.
Yeah, it's I came out of that chair, almost flipped over the back of the chair. And then you got to try to recover so you're not looking like scared to the date. It was a tough sell.
But Durela still married you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that wasn't her. But
this was the girl that made good stuffing.
Gino says the 77 or 78 Richard Pryor Live in concert was the funniest thing ever committed to film. That's the movie I'm talking about. If you haven't seen it, you need to see it.
Hey, Eddie Murphy Raw was pretty good.
Hey, Genome figured out what the problem is for the pixelation.
What is it?
He said one of the techs at SteamYards must be a relative to the parking lot guy. Now that would be funny. He's listening to it and he's like, wait a minute. my cousin told me about this guy. He's the parking lot enforcer.
You know what my biggest fear though is?
What's that?
If that guy really is a nurse.
Yeah. When I was in the hospital, there were several of the nurses that came in and they were like, you were my principal. You were my principal.
And they're seeing your
oh yeah. Gal. Oh yeah. And one actually came in and she's like showing me pictures of me. She's like, look what I found on my camera. And it's a picture of me with her child on giving them a honor roll certificate and stuff. And at the time, I'm, you're not thinking about it, but later, like you said, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, they saw me in all my glory.
So to speak. If you call that glory.
Yeah. She saw my shortcomings. All Gold Productions said, yeah, GP, I have the big Pryor box set, big fan, listened to those comedy albums so many times. And then Genome says, with your luck, he would be the nurse in charge of catheters and enemas.
No, I'm thinking the other way around.
Yeah.
He wouldn't remember me.
But you'd remember him.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
I would be calling, if he was on duty at night, I would ring that little bell.
All night long.
Yeah. Empty my bedpan.
And then when he comes back in, is there anything else, Mr. Beatty? I said, yeah, we need to finish what we started. There ain't no police in here.
He said, but sir, you're already in the hospital.
I feel like I'm faking it.
He goes, I don't want to make it worse on you.
He goes, sir, you have a gangrene gallbladder.
Ugh.
I never want that. That's another thing I never want.
I think I told you this, John.
Now you know the world.
When I was in the hospital and they told me all that, and I was recovering really quickly. He said, as far as my blood count getting right, and I was doing all the things I was supposed to, and but it was like 2 weeks after I'd been home, and I started thinking about it. I was like, I had gangrene, and I wonder, how long did I have that, and how long did it take, and I started having all these thoughts about, well, even though I knew they got it all.
What else are they going to cut out with?
Well, did they get it all? And it was a psychological thing, really.
It still is.
But man, if they had sent me home with some medicine, we'd be doing a Black Friday Remember Zablo Day.
Oh no.
This would be a charity thing for Terrell.
Oh, that's so wrong.
I don't like this conversation. Oh, yeah. FedEx is here.
Genome says, not remember you. He's still telling the story of the giant that he beat up in the Walmart to his friends and family. He said, heck, you would have to off you to keep the legend intact. Don't sleep there.
He's telling about David and Goliath.
Didn't he? He was like, and I stood up to this guy. He goes, I waited for him to get out of his car to see if he had anything to say. He said, we'll discuss it inside. He goes, we don't have to wait to get inside. So what did that guy do? He called the police on me.
That's true, pigeon.
And my good friend, Officer Bob, my cousin, showed up.
Man, that's what I was almost thinking,
Yeah.
It's like, really?
Sheriff Buford T. Justice showed up.
I mean, I can't believe that the guy said, and I can hear him. He's like, well, he came over and he, he's a big guy, and then he pushed me. And when I said I pushed you, and the other cop said, sir, please don't say anything.
Yeah. It's he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing, Wig.
Well,
he was provoking he poked the bear.
Tell you what, if I hadn't had a convention, had I been a single man with no responsibility,
what would you do if
I would have had them pull that tape, and I would have said, okay,
now, sir, what would you do if you were at a show and this guy ends up in your line, and then he realizes, and you realize, and he said, "Hey, I'm really sorry, Mr. Beatty, and I wanted to get a drawing from you."
I'd be like, "Oh, yeah, sure."
What would be even funnier is if he did a pre-show commission. That's looking good, Mr. Beatty.
Thank you, sir. I figure, because this is all going to be black, I figure what I'll do is I'll fill in the heads.
Yeah.
And then we've been going for a while, so it's 3:45. We may as well call it a day.
Call it a day.
Right?
Your call, sir. I'm good to go.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think my StreamYard only record.
Hello, they're calling about those violations.
They heard it on. That's the YouTube police. I'll be right with you.
All Gold says, "Can you autograph my parking lot diagram?"
Giveaway.
Genome says, "You can't stop a stream of this caliber."
At like 11:45.
Yeah, and I think you get like 4 hours.
I got my lunch, and I didn't get Jacob anything. I went to Checkers. I gave him a few fries.
We're getting the lowdown.
Knocked on the door.
Do you want to hit the mute button?
And then
hit the mute button.
John,
that's just rude.
Do you want to? No, okay.
What? Y'all can hear me?
Mute your mic?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, well, I got it on mute.
Well, hit it again.
How about now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Your mic came unplugged.
No, it's picking up my computer. Oh, it's my computer sound. That's all right.
Lloyd wants a print of the diagram. That's like a Seinfeld episode.
It really is. Okay, yeah, so they got him. All right.
Tell her we'll see her when she gets here.
Great. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Love you. Mean it.
Well, wait a minute. So my Yeti.
Yes, we heard you.
That's weird.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to say count to 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, I totally heard you.
No, that was you, Ron.
He was counting exactly as I was. That was perfect, Ron.
I timed you.
You couldn't hear me though, right?
No.
No.
That was perfect.
But you all could hear me.
Oh, yeah. Yes. That's why we were yelling at you. Just mute your mic. Hot mic. Hot mic.
Well, mama, I was just saying, that poor Jacob. I ran down to Checkers to get something to eat real quick. Only because it was close by. I wanted to go someplace else, but I waited a little too late.
Where'd you want to go?
Maybe get a Jersey Mike's sub or something.
Yes, sir.
But they take too long.
Jersey Mike's. You didn't see Lloyd's comment about he wants a print of that diagram. You did.
I did.
He wants an autograph print.
How about the original?
Ooh. I would like to see that guy just to see what he looks like.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ron will appreciate this. Okay. Imagine you got this on your wall. nice frame around it.
You could have a good conversation about that piece.
Somebody comes in and says, "Hey, what's this hanging on your wall?"
If you ask me what is this drawing right there, here's what I would say. I would say there's a semi truck coming down a parking lot, and he tried to pull in at a odd angle, and he what do they call that? Fishtail? Not fishtailed.
T-bone or no?
No,
jackknifed.
And as he was coming through, he clipped the back end of a bus, which was shot into a TV station antenna.
You know what?
Right there, that's a Jeep. It's the front end of a Jeep.
I should get an aerial photo so I can have that spot, and then just print it out and draw over it every time I tell that story. You really got to see the visual.
Walmart parking lot video.
What if it was the people at Walmart posted it?
Pshaw, he said. Jersey Mike's, where you slow down your order just to slice the meat to order, as this is somehow supposed to make the processed meat taste better, and where we charge you double because of it.
Well, I'll tell you, it's better than Subway.
You know what sub you used to like?
The tuna fish.
Well, besides the tuna fish.
The meatball.
No. At Sobix.
No, that was you.
You like the pork bucket special.
No, that was not bad. I ordered it, and that big girl gave it to me.
You said you're going to order you a pork butt special.
You said you won't go in there and order a pork butt special. And I said, yeah, I will. And you said, no, you won't. And I said, I'll show you I will.
And you did.
I did. And that girl said, that's my favorite.
Yes, sir. You and that girl had a good conversation going.
Well, she knew a good pork butt sandwich. I'll tell you what is some good barbecue.
All right.
Backyard Boys.
That is good.
Have you ever been there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a couple years, but I used to go there semi-regularly.
It's extreme. You know what? We got this well, I don't want to say the name of it. But you have one close to where you're at.
Yeah.
It's not good.
I like it. We really like it.
Yeah, my friend has been trying to get me because he is one of the owners of Backyard Boys. Yeah. Bella went there, and she goes, man, it was the best barbecue I ever had.
It's good.
And, yeah. And so I said, well, my friend's been trying to get me to come down there for like a couple years, maybe 3-4 years even. And so
Genome said that Jersey Mike's being better than Subway is roughly akin to being the best hockey player in Paraguay.
Well, Genome buys those boxed meals that he's got to cook, and it looks like it's supposed to save you time, but it doesn't.
Genome says if you live down south, just go to Sonny's for all you can eat and call it a day.
Hey, Backyard Boys it used to be a Sonny's.
That is true.
And they've
got good cornbread.
Oh man, do they? And their baked beans are the best.
I'll tell you one thing. The cornbread at the place in Charlotte.
Heart and Soul.
Mertz. Mm-hmm. That's like, oh my God.
Everything
that's
there.
Like cake. That's like corn cake.
It really is.
I cannot wait to go back.
You can only eat there once a year.
No, that's not true. I'm gonna eat there every night. Every night.
You know where we were eating at the last, I think, 2 shows. We were eating at the Red Line Diner.
Yeah, we went there once.
They had the senior plate at 4 for $2.99, and
we would go there, and it would be Durela, myself, Jerry Ordway, Richard Cox, and his wife.
That's what I'm saying. It was all the retired
people. It was Little John and Patricia.
They were just there to make sure that you and Durela didn't get hurt.
That we made it home all right. And we ate at that Chinese place, the hibachi place. That was good.
I actually went to Whole Food and got some stuff to put in the room so I'd have it. That was good.
Genome said I should sue HelloFresh for false advertising.
Yes, you should.
5-minute prep my butt.
I agree. That's what I'm talking about. Some of the food may be okay, but that prep is not 5-minute prep.
Have you done that, John?
No, I've watched Genome do it.
Oh, okay. So, Darth, are you working on
chicken?
Darth, you working on another drawing now?
Yeah.
What are you working on? Let's see another picture.
No.
More gold and black. That's all right. He sent it to me. I'm going to post it on Twitter.
There you go.
No, I wouldn't do that to Darth.
I know.
But he should. I thought that was a nice looking storm.
You know what? And I'm saying this in all seriousness, Darth.
Dr. Kaz might want dibs.
Darth, you should do YouTube of your drawings, because then you're going to see the progression as you improve. And I think you're decent now.
Thank you.
That'd be pretty cool to look down, 5 years from now, and we're remembering John Beatty and
no,
when you started out.
No.
John Beatty's last will and testament, he bequeaths to Darth Ron Black Friday Stallone.
Well, I wonder if hold on a minute. Okay, here's a test. Now, I have my, gonna make sure I'm plugged in. It's all lit up. So this is my Yeti. I'm gonna hit the mute.
All right.
Okay, you can still hear me.
Correct.
Yep. Interesting. All right, now I'm gonna unplug the Yeti mic.
He's gone. He's totally gone.
See, he just wanted to end this.
He totally left us.
He's like, watch this.
You know what it is? I don't know. I was going to say he's probably picking it up from his Yeti Plus off of his computer.
Well,
but it really shouldn't.
It's not like we can invite him back into the stream, can we?
Are you serious?
I don't know. Let me call this crazy ass.
Gino was a prep cook for years, so he's no slouch with getting a meal ready.
I'm gonna put him on speaker.
What kind of rig does John got going on this thing?
Hold on. So I got you on speaker. It pulled my
He said, "I'm gonna mute myself. Bye." I just want to talk so I can see that ring vibrate. Hello. You're watching. No, I gotta do it. This is CZ TV. I didn't know what you had sent me with that drawing the other day, Darth.
Oh.
I was like, what does this mean?
Did you get it finally?
Yeah, I don't see that. But I see where you did.
The roundness of the head. I mean, it's all cartoons, so it's all exaggerated, and then the thickness of the neck is like legs with the little dimple of the chin. And I'm like, oh.
And the ears are hands, arms. I mean, I don't know, man. It was just something to play. Hey, John's back.
Okay, hey. Now let me see something here.
Genome said that your agent boiled over and you were heading to a Walmart parking lot to find that guy.
He's going to the hospital.
Okay, okay. Now, I unplugged my Yeti mic. You can still hear me?
Yes, sir.
So it hasn't been going through my Yeti.
Have you tried hitting the mute on the Yardbird back end?
Hold on. Well, yeah, but that will mute me.
Okay.
Well, this is why this is a practice stream before I get into it full time.
I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute myself again. Let's see if Darth Ron can do the same. Did you hear me?
Yourself? Yeah.
What'd I say?
No, I don't know.
Genome says, go to your StreamYard mic settings. It probably defaulted back to your computer mic.
It probably did.
Yeah.
I am not worried because
it's not in your nature.
No, I only do StreamYard monthly, and this is a reason why.
What do you do the other times? YouTube?
No, I do nothing.
Now, what is your plan for upcoming? Are you going to stream more often?
Yes, sir.
And are you going to be on a weekly schedule or twice a week?
Well, here's the good and the bad is Jacob, my son. He did I tell you he passed gifted?
No, it doesn't surprise me though.
Okay, so on the 30th, this coming Monday, when he goes back, I'll be taking him to Pine Trail in Ormond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which
is kind of a trip for me. I think it's around 9.5 miles each way.
Yeah.
So, but we'll go out there. Now, here's the thing. I asked when I talked to the lady, can I call this week and talk to somebody? Oh, no, we're off this whole week. Nobody will be here. Is that true?
Yeah. Monday and Tuesday administrators worked. and 12-month employees worked unless they took personal days.
She told me no one would be there because I was like, well, should we just show up Monday then? She goes, yep. And I'm like, but we don't know where to go or what to do. And she goes, well, you'll drop him off at the office. I have a letter printed out that says he's accepted and, bring this letter for registration.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And then she said, but, we're trying to keep as little as possible, people off of campus.
Right.
So he goes there, like, I guess the first bell rings at 7:45, and then at 7:55 they're in class, and then he gets out at 2:30. So I will have that time when I get back from dropping him off, sometime until when I got to get him, unless there's something else to do that day.
Genome says, usually talking about your mic situation, it usually happens if you enter StreamYard before plugging your external mic in.
Huh?
He says the problem with the mic usually happens if you enter StreamYards before plugging your external mic in.
No, I have a hub, and I just plug the hub in to my laptop, and it's got my camera and microphone in it.
And then he says, do you want to be a guest on his live stream tonight? John or Darth or me. He says he's always looking for people with wit and a propensity for friendly jibes are always welcome. But
he doesn't start till like 9.
I was thinking, oh man, he doesn't realize how old we are.
Genome, what time do you start? And what's the plan?
I think it's 9 o'clock.
That's the time Grandpa goes to bedtime, isn't it, John?
Who, me?
Yeah. You'll have been in bed for an hour.
Yeah.
I went to bed at 8.
Yeah, but I get up at like 3 or 4.
That's true. Sometimes even 5 or 6 if he has to really go a lot.
Man, not this morning though. I slept till 6 and I was like, oh my God, I feel so good.
Yeah, you guys, I sent this and nothing.
He was like going, they don't like it or they hate it or they do like it.
I figured that you all crashed, and that's why I didn't, when I didn't get anything within 10 minutes or so, I was like, all right, they're sleeping.
Yeah. Genome says he's going on at 8 o'clock tonight.
Oh, sure.
He said that's not too late even for you early bird special types.
Actually, yes, it is.
What's Genome going to do? Prepare a meal?
And we're going to have a virtual feast.
A virtual feast.
Now, that would be fun if he prepared a meal, but I think he sits at his desk.
What's the topic tonight, Genome?
Sylvester Stallone.
I'll be there.
Genome, tell him it's all Stallone tonight. You're going to continue Stallone Black Friday.
That's what I should do at 24 hours. I'll set up the artist and see if I can hang. See if I can hang with each one of them.
How's that? Even though it's sideways.
That's cool. That's very cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hearing an echo.
You are?
I did. Yeah.
You are?
Not now.
Not now?
It's gone.
Gone. Okay. Let's see.
That's very cool.
Thank you very much.
That's Columbo.
Whoa! No, I want to do Sly Rock's gun. There it is, the Beretta. It's a 920, Beretta 92F is what he used.
Genome says he needs to set up his garage because he's going to do a landscape oil painting live stream.
Oh, that's what I'm going to do. Hey, Genome, Michael's has their big canvases on sale for like 70 or 70. Man, I keep burping. 70 or 73% off. Ron? I'm gonna buy a couple.
All right.
I think I'm gonna keep them at about an 18 by 24 though.
What's the cost of a canvas?
About $12 that size.
And you're getting how much off?
No, that's with the discount.
Oh, okay.
With like 70% off.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
And the bigger ones, there's a 30 by 48, I think, or a 36 by 48, 3 feet by 4 feet, I think is around 20, somewhere between 23 and $25.
What you gonna paint?
I can't tell you.
Genome said that tonight's live stream will have 2 loose subjects. The hostile takeover video games have made on home entertainment and parking lot problems.
I was going to say, Genome, do you need me to scan this or are you just going to?
No, the second issue is possibly some censorship issues.
Actually, I should just do that as a video.
Genome, I would not be at all able to talk on either of those subjects. Now, Ron, maybe.
Oh,
on what?
I don't know. I'm just gonna make up things as I go along, just like I am now.
Genome says that the deal that you're talking about on the canvas, he said that's not a bad deal. I would like to buy canvas 5-packs for $10 when they roll around.
Yeah, but these are their better ones. Well, from what I read, I've never. They do have a deal on their other packs, but these are supposed to be. And every review I says every review that I read that says while they are pre-gessoed, that you should still gesso them again because they're not well gessoed.
Whatever you do, gesso it.
Gesso it. Hey, Goofy.
Genome says that diagram would work for just about any subject from parking lot issues to particle physics.
That's a good diagram.
It's a diagram.
Well, I had to hurry it.
It told the story.
That's the main thing. That's what we're doing is telling stories. Telling stories and learning about Cuba.
Wick said this was his time, and I said, if we're both here, isn't it our time?
Right.
Genome said, John, have you seen any of my paintings? Me using better canvases would be a kid using the Mona Lisa for a finger paint session.
Well, if that's the way you want to be.
Dr. Kaz says he's back, and howdy, y'all.
Howdy, Dr. Kaz.
Dr. Kaz, are you out of patience?
I get the pun.
It had to be there. Big John's working on the Beretta, the gun now, so it's very fine, detailed line. It's like coughing, so we whisper.
He chose the metal triangle. That's a good choice.
That's always funny to me when they're whispering on a golf show. It's not like they're right there next to him.
Yes.
Cue the Black Friday jokes. I think he meant Black Friday jokes.
Well, he was referring to the pun I made earlier.
I will tell you, when we started this, I used to call it Black Stallone Friday. Remember, Craig?
Yes, I do.
And then we decided we should probably change it because people might think we're, But I wasn't. I was just like, hey, because we were only doing Stallone at the time, so it just, Stallone Black Friday, I guess that works, but just Black Stallone, I don't know. It was just.
I think that when you started saying it was Black Stallone Friday, all Stallones matter, that brought in some confusion.
Now, you're taking it too far.
I'll pull that one back, sir.
Pull that one back. That's what I was trying to say. Is
I understand.
Yeah, I mean, this was how many years ago?
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying. I just And now with the sensitive issues, I get it. It's like I don't call it that anymore. We just call it, Black Friday, and now it's turned into not only Stallone but John Wick.
John Wick Friday.
Now that works.
I liked when I don't know if it was you or Dar said it, but it was Cyberstorm Monday.
I did. That would be me.
Cyberstorm works for some reason.
Yeah.
Kaz says he's closing up now.
Who's closing up?
Dr. Kaz finished with his scheduled patients.
Yes, sir.
He's accepting walk-ins.
Oh man,
now he's closing up. He said he had to work on some patient that had gotten into an altercation in a parking lot. Some big guy had pushed him. He pushed him too far.
Cat clawed me.
Cat clawed him. Hobo with a high kick.
What is that?
It's a short movie.
Is it really? Yeah. It seems like Ron knew what it was.
Oh, I just like the name. It was funny.
Hobo with a high kick.
It was that. It sounded like a new Stallone movie.
Artist with an effeminate kick. Hey, and by the way, sir.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking back on what you said about baby lips, and that was you.
Hey.
But you had me confused because I was like, I haven't heard that in years, but I know I should know that.
Hey, that was in a private text chain.
Oh, okay.
If you remember.
Okay.
No, if you remember. Do you remember?
Not really. I mean, the only thing I remember, what reminded me of it, that it was you, was I remembered that I said I was going to share it, and you said that you had pictures of me.
And I did.
And I was like, and that's when I started laughing. I was like, he got me on that one.
Because I had a picture of you sleeping.
Yeah.
With your little chubby baby lips. I said, fine.
Baby lips.
Even Ron knows.
Ron, is that not a funny thing to say? Somebody has baby.
Oh, you can those little baby lips.
He's got the cutest little baby lips.
You sound like Adam Sandler.
He got the baby lips.
He got the baby lips from his mother. The baby lips.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, that was in a private text chain between us that lasted quite a few days, and I think it's still carrying on.
Oh boy.
Isn't it?
I don't know.
Occasionally it's still carrying
But I've been told.
A green grasshopper.
Well, I will say this, gentlemen. We made it through Thanksgiving, and now we're heading into the holidays.
Indeed.
And, I think
You're
that
thankful. You're thankful that the gangrene didn't get you.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, Craig hasn't said anything today. And then the second day went by, I'm like, WTF? They're like, John, have you heard from Craig? He's not tweeted in 2 days.
Yeah, that's unusual.
And that's Ron picked up on that, and I'm like, well, I said he might be busy doing some stuff. I said, but when Ron,
John, it's Craig.
Yeah, come on.
What did I say?
You know what was funny was
what did I say? What name did I use?
I don't remember.
I just said it.
What was it?
Baby lips?
No.
No.
I said baby lips just now.
What was it?
No, Ron did. He was like, he said, but it's unusual. I said, well, maybe he's busy doing something. He goes, yeah, but he hasn't tweeted. And I'm like, you're right. That is weird. I said, I don't hear from him at long stretches at a time. I said, but you're right. Now that he's retired, he's like become the tweet meister.
Yeah. Well, it was funny because I told Durela, and I was still, not in good shape. And I said, listen.
You mean you've been doing exercises now? You're back to prime?
No, not yet. And I said, call John, but you got to start the conversation with.
Craig's okay.
But. And John got the call and she was like, John, this is Durela. And she heard,
Who was that?
Not me.
Not me.
Yeah, it was. It was Baby Lips.
That's the funny.
No.
He was a killer. And the only thing they knew was Baby Lips.
Baby Lips.
Baby Lips. I've always had a problem remembering people's names, and I'll call people by the wrong name. So when I was in high school and college, I'd give people nicknames because I could remember nicknames. I never gave anyone the nickname Baby Lips. What an opportunity I missed.
Yeah.
That would have been a great one.
There was a girl I went to college with. I called her Stretch Pants.
Now it's called Yoga Pants.
There was a guy called, this is funny. There was a guy called Curious George. And you remember Keith Kiker, John. Kiker. And we were sitting down waiting for a class. And he bust out laughing. I was like, what's so funny? And he goes, that guy you call Curious George? And I was like, yeah. He goes, look at him. And I looked and he was eating a banana. And he'd walked into like in front of this campus store, and he was like looking at the window. He went in, he was in there for like 20 seconds, and he walked out. And I looked at Kiker and I go, I guess he was just curious. Curious. Stretch Pants. Oh. I should have gave him better names. I'm sorry.
Oh man.
Did you ever have a nickname growing up there, Big J? Besides Big J? Beatty.
My nickname. I said Mick. That was not my nickname. Did I have a nickname? Not really.
Ron, did you?
Nope.
No.
I think they just call me Walmart now.
The Walmart hustler.
But you know, it's like if that would have been a bigger dude or something, I would have backed down.
John didn't know he was messing with Hobo with the high kick.
No, but in all honesty, I really just it was more of a conversational thing. Like, dude, you really are doing this seriously. As you can tell, I still can't wrap my head around it.
Hey, Genome just wanted me to let you guys know that they're about ready to start all the dinner specials now at 4:00.
What did
Genome says they're getting ready to start the 4:00 dinner specials.
Good. Yeah, we got to wrap this up
because you guys can't stay up late.
Hey, Genome, I'm going to call you at like 3:30 a.m.
when you wake up.
Yeah, and go, hey, let's stream now.
Shoot me a text. Sometimes I'm up.
I know you are.
Man, I've had insomnia like 3 times in the last week or so.
You know what it's called?
What?
Well, besides insomnia.
I was going to say, I thought it was called insomnia. What?
It's called retirement.
I don't know. You would
I
think.
do.
My son said it's because when I used to come home, I'd be exhausted from work.
That's what I'm talking about.
And now it's like.
You have no schedule, and you are a very schedule-driven person.
I was. That's true. And it was funny. Like last night, I hadn't slept all the night before. And so I was watching this movie, and I was like, man, if I can make it till 8:00 when this movie ends, I'll be all right. And once the movie ended, I was like, oh, I'm wide awake now.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
I hate that. That's why when I'm tired, I go to sleep. Because I want to go to sleep. I don't want to toss and turn.
Yeah, I agree.
And get overtired and then frustrated and can't sleep. And
one night,
the clock comes and Daddy needs to go to sleep.
The first night I had it, I literally.
By the way, everybody, it's 4:20. For those of you who are interested, it's 4:20.
The first night I had that insomnia, I was like tossing and turning, trying different things, going to the couch, coming to the bed, trying to watch TV, trying to read. Finally, it was like 3:30, and I just said, "The heck with it! I'm staying up all night." And so I stayed up till like, I don't know, 7:30, and then I went to bed.
Yeah, the last tweet I saw from you that night was, "It's 5 a.m. and I can't sleep." And I'm like, well, there's one cure to going to sleep. It's called nature's sleeping pill.
And what is that, sir?
Well, I don't go into that on my stream.
That's a whole different show. Well, the only thing with that is then you sleep, and then you got your days and nights mixed up.
Huh?
You know, it's like, okay, so you slept during the day, and now when it's time to go to bed again, you're not tired yet.
You mean what?
I just don't like not being able to sleep when it's time to sleep.
You got to get on a schedule.
There you go.
You do got to get on a schedule.
Well, and that takes us back to, what is your streaming schedule going to be coming up?
I told you.
What?
As often as I can. I don't have times yet.
Yeah.
Because I need to find out, like Monday, I have no idea.
Right.
I don't even know if they're going to let Jacob in to the class.
They'll let him in.
But I don't know that.
That's true.
I mean, they might say, okay, we'll get him all registered. I don't, I got to get him supplies. I guess I can just find that on the website.
Yeah.
He's going from at home to brick and mortar.
Yes, sir.
Which I think will be good for him because he's really bored with the online.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Well, they still haven't figured out what they're doing, which I kind of see with my microphone problem.
Hey, the principal there
at Pine.
Yeah, Pine Trail.
Yeah.
She was one of the people that gave Mike a break early on and got him into administration. She really likes Mike a lot. And
I should copy your name.
Well, you can say she likes me too, but Mike worked with her.
Because the people I talked to didn't know you.
They're like, who is that guy? Yeah, she knows me. But she knows Mike even better than she knows me because, like I said, they work together.
Well, and she's a lot younger, I'm sure.
Not a lot. Genome says you can call. You might like the guy that answers about the dinner specials.
Now that would be fun. You call Genome and ask him what are the specials? What's the blue plate specials tonight?
Genome also said that they better let Jacob in, otherwise you'll take him to the parking lot. He goes, I'm going to show you how I'm gifted outside.
Hey, what if I ever did see that guy and he recognized me? He went, that would be funny.
In all the contexts you could meet him too. You want to meet him in a position where he's not holding you with the upper hand.
Oh, that'll never happen.
Yeah, if you'll go in and see our parts manager, our service manager, he'll tell you what's wrong with your car. And you come walking in and he goes, oh yeah, I got a long list of what's wrong.
I'll tell him I'll just go somewhere else.
It's under warranty, sir. You don't have to go anywhere.
I'll go like, yeah, but you do, buddy. I always, you know what I do? I act like I know the dealer of the car place. I find out who owns it. I call them by their first name.
Yes, I know Henry Ford.
No, you just go, is Henry in? You just say it like real direct. Is Henry in? I need to talk to him.
Yeah, let me get him online.
That's fine. I'll go, Henry.
This is John Beatty. You don't know me.
You should know me.
Look, you know Secret Wars. Okay, yeah. I thought so. Everyone does. That's right.
Henry, this is John. Parking Lot John.
My new nickname, Parking Lot John.
Follow the arrow, John.
I don't like backwards parking people.
Honey, you're not going to believe it. I almost screwed up today. I was in the Walmart and I was walking down the wrong aisle the wrong way. This big guy came up to me. He said he did not tolerate that nonsense.
I don't know where you come from, but around here.
I thought he'd left. I thought he was gone. I thought he was out of earshot. And I just said something under my breath and he left his cart and came back to confront me.
I follow the rules.
Parking Lot John. That sounds like something out of a horror movie. The kids all thought the place was closed and they'd party in the parking lot. Little did they know about Parking Lot John.
And the Pork Chop Express.
Henry'd probably say, "Oh, Secret Wars, you mean that movie with the big purple guy? I'm honored."
I'll say, yep, that's exactly right. You just roll with it.
Yeah, don't you?
Yeah, you got to.
He says, "Kurt Russell, I never knew."
You go, yep, that's me. That's me, Chief. I'm going to look at you with my big blue eyes, and I'm going to tell you how it's going to be.
I'm Parking Lot John. No, it's not that kind of movie.
Oh, so I have some more information on my out-around tires.
Yes, sir.
You didn't know about this, did you, Craig?
No, I've not heard about your out-around tires.
Ron knows.
What are out-around tires?
Tires that are not round.
They're out around?
Yeah.
They are like out of stock?
No, they are not round. They don't roll. They pull your car.
Okay. All Gold Production says, "I like that you did reference and gave him that Beretta 92F that like he had in the movie."
That's right. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna put the blacks on it, but I'm just doing the outline first. And
Lloyd said, "I'm back. Did I miss anything? Did he start more fights in a parking lot yet?"
Lloyd left when I started talking about I could play dad rap. I think I could dial that up. I don't think Jared or Joe would.
Well, it is November.
It is.
Parking Lot John with a high kick. You can add with a high kick to anything and it makes it more interesting.
But can you do a high kick?
Well, not as high as I used to.
When I used to wrestle, when I went to state.
I didn't go to state.
You used to tell me that. Now I
never told. Lloyd says that.
You told me that one guy you could never beat. There was one guy, and you couldn't get past him. Maybe he was the one that you didn't get to state.
Genome says Lloyd doesn't start fights. He finishes them.
You know, had it been a different time.
Yes, sir.
During that little incident I had, things would have been different. I was a responsible father figure.
That's a good thing. Kind of.
You know, I mean, when it got down to where they said you both have to go to jail, I was like, well.
You were like, homina, homina, homina. Lloyd says, unless the guy's smaller than Genome.
Genome is not small. Genome is tall.
Genome says he may not have gone to state, but he David Hasselhoff the punk robber on the beach.
Genome, you're tall, I think, right? I think he's 6'3".
That's tall.
Yeah, he's taller than me. I'm only 6'1". I'm a mere pauper to him.
A pauper?
Yeah, John Popper. From the that group, the
Blues Brothers, or
yeah.
no. The harmonica.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think of it too.
The Blues Travelers.
Blues Travelers.
You know it's rough. You know it's rough if I'm coming up with the musical references.
I don't think it was the Blues Travelers. Somebody in the audience will pull it out.
That sounded right.
Let's hope not. It's not that kind of show.
Yeah, but wasn't. Oh no, that was the Traveling Wilburys.
Genome says he's not 6'3". He says he's
the Genome Machine.
He said he's 5'11" if he stands up straight, but he has a mean eye.
Wait a minute. Then who was like I saw on a stream and they were like extremely taller than?
That would be Jim Shooter. That's my final answer.
Okay, we're locking you in.
John Popper was the Blues Traveler frontman.
Yes.
Who's your frontman there, Big Beatty?
You.
Well, there you go.
That makes Ron.
He's your side door man.
You missed.
Better than backdoor man.
Thank you.
I thought he was going to go there, but
nope, I'm not going there.
He skidded. He skidded and went sideways.
Now, see, there's a word that I bet you haven't used in 20 years.
Skidded?
Yeah.
Or side door man.
You use that quite often. I'm talking about skidded.
Sir, I use skidded all the time.
Traveling Wilburys was Jeff Lynne, Tom Petty, and Roy Orbison.
Yeah, that was great.
Backdoor Man was the song on the first Doors album.
Well, it's all right. You like the Traveling Wilburys, Craig?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
But of course, I liked Roy Orbison, but I think it was sort of like when you're forced to listen to something for 24 hours straight. Jim Ivey said, "Can we hear that again?"
Who did that? Did I do that?
You played it for Jim. He wanted to keep hearing it.
Oh, yes, he did.
we were
I had like 2 CDs in it, and Jim was like, "Sir, could we listen to that again?" He goes, "Man, that's one was the Roy Orbison, the Black and White Night or something, the live concert."
Yeah.
And then the other was the Wilburys.
Yep.
And you're right. Jim kept like, sir, could we listen to that again? He goes, that's that incredible voice.
We used to play cards, like I said, and it would last for hours and sometimes more than a day. And it was the guys and getting silly and goofy and stuff.
I know where you're going now.
And so we were at John Beatty's house playing. And Jim was always very polite and proper around like John's wife, my wife. He would call them, very proper and bring a little gift, some chocolates or a flower or whatever when he came over.
I like when he called Drayla,
the queen. And we were playing cards, and we'd been playing cards for probably a good 2 hours.
Longer.
Jim lifted up and he ripped this really, really loud fart. I mean,
and he just chuckled.
And then and John and I busted out laughing, and John goes, "Christy's here, and you did that in front of Christy." And he's like, "No, she went to bed hours ago." And John's like, "No, she's here. She's right there at the drawing board." And she was tiny, and you couldn't see her behind the drawing board. And he was like, "She's not there." And I don't remember if she said, "Yes, I am," or if she went, "Yeah, that's right." Yeah. And he was like, he couldn't apologize. He could not apologize enough.
That was so funny.
Oh.
Because I'm just sitting there staring at her, and he's like got his back to her.
And Jim was known to.
I figure he was at least Zablo's age at the time.
He was busting a move.
A slow move.
That's true.
Jackie busted a slow move.
Oh, my God.
He put the sulfur to you, sir.
Ugh. That was nasty.
I got to admit, that was probably one of the worst things I ever smelled. But at the time, it was worth it because
it's not worth it.
You went into dry heaving. Craig can dry heave now. Let me warn you all.
I got a weak stomach.
Genome says you can make him dry heave, and it's kind of fun.
Genome said never break wind at the poker table. That would get you shot in the Old West.
Jim Ivy rang the porcelain.
He did. He sneezed. We were playing cards. Jim went to the bathroom in my apartment, and it was Mike Cott, John Beatty, and myself. And we're all waiting for Jim to come out, and we hear this loud sneeze, literally, achoo, and followed immediately by pa-ting! And we all busted out laughing, and he came out, and wait, I told it wrong. We heard a sneeze, a chew, then we heard a fart, followed immediately by a pating, and we all busted out laughing. We came out, we asked Jim what happened, and he said that he farted and he sneezed at the same time, and he said that he sneezed and farted with such force that the air hit the toilet and made
it literally rang the
porcelain.
Now, I know what y'all are thinking. This story is not true, but had I not been there, I can certainly.
Didn't it sound like a bell had rung, John?
Yes,
like someone had tapped a bell.
It was. I don't think that may have been the only time in history that's ever happened. Everything was just perfect.
You can't even get the right order. It's like achoo, ping, but it was fast
and loud.
I
mean, because we could hear it in the dining room, which it was an apartment. It wasn't like it was that far away.
But it was still down the hall.
Yeah, it still. I mean, it was some force of Mother Nature.
And that's where we learned about lepetamine.
Yes.
If you just tuned in, what you're seeing is a normal size playing card.
I almost messed this up.
Oh, sorry.
With that laughter. Lepetamine. Ron's now going like, who's this lepetamine?
Gino said that whenever one sneezes and farts at the same time, it's providence if they're sitting on some porcelain.
Oh, it's good luck for everyone. Oh, that was funny. Oh man, it like I said, if I didn't hear it for myself, I'm if you guys don't believe it, I don't blame you. I wouldn't either. I would be like, nah, there's no way.
I know. It's one of the things that Jim said that we're building.
And I think we stopped for 15 or 20 minutes just laughing. We had like tears coming out. Did Streambird stop recording yet?
Nope.
No, we're still going.
I think with my level of entry here, is it 4 hours or 6 hours, Genome? I just got whatever the first tier of pain.
Did you say the first tier of pain?
Yeah.
Paying.
Oh, paying.
No, it's the first hour of pain. That's my new heavy metal band, the Tower of Pain. Ooh, that's a good name.
I wonder if someone's taken it.
Is Tower of Pain taken? Ron's looking at that right now.
I actually am. Yep.
I know you are, because that's a good one.
That is a good one. Yeah.
Ron goes, let me check. And we hear cling, ting. You are now the owner of Tower of Pain. That's looking good, JB.
Yeah. You say that every year. I tell you, Zablo's never quite as awake as he is when I'm doing a Stallone drawing.
That's true.
Oh, Well then, don't go into Google Images.
Why?
Under Tower of Pain?
Yes.
Oh, no. What is it?
Well, I mean, there's a metal song about it.
Okay.
And then it looks like this is, I don't know what the letters are. Is it BSDM or BDSM or something?
We can stop right there.
Okay.
Okay.
Genome says that maybe Jim Ivy swallowed a penny when he was a toddler, and the force of the combined forces shot it out to ring off the porcelain, thus the ring. Lloyd says now we know where the term blowhard comes from.
Hey, that's true. I like that. Blowhard.
Jim did say it was a relief. You know, sometimes you know when you're going to sneeze.
Yeah.
And sometimes you know when you're going to pass gas.
Yes.
Can you imagine if you had both those hit you at the same time? You would be thankful you were sitting on the toilet.
I think the pressure of the gas made him sneeze, though.
Well, he sneezed first, though.
No, it was basically the same time.
Well, Genome says general rule of thumb is never go to Google Images.
Yes. He'd be right.
Well, I would imagine someone has that domain name then.
Oh, I'm not going to that then.
And they're making a ton of money.
All right.
All right now.
Well, all right. Can we listen to it again? Sure, Jim. We did listen to those 2 CDs, man. Like just loop
over.
Well, I told him, I said, I can just put it on loop. He's like, yeah. But it was good stuff, at least.
Genome said it might not have been a penny, but a silver dollar. And that would explain the relief. Genome says this stream is getting too lowbrow for my taste. Can we get it back to random parking lot violence, please?
Lowbrow is a little lower.
I think if you change the words, but it's still the same recognizable song, I don't think that gets us out.
Lowbrow.
Oh dear.
Lower. Did we lose AG or is he just hiding?
Did we lose who?
AG.
AG's still there.
Are you sure? He was my first subscriber and person that helped me on the streams.
Back in the days when you're like, AG, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Exactly. Radio silence. Can you hear me?
Can you see me? Yes, we can see you, John.
If you can see me, I'm doing something wrong.
You don't want to be like all these horror stories you hear about people that think they're off the air and they're still on.
You heard about that guy on that Zoom thing,
right?
Oh,
yeah. He got fired.
No, what happened?
He was an executive or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell the story.
Somebody with a news agency, wasn't he?
Yeah. He thought he was off Zoom, he said. Yeah, Tubin.
Yeah, that's it.
He was tubing.
He was tubing.
Oh man. Then there was a lady, like a school board member, and she thought she wasn't on the Zoom call. She was taking a dump. Oh man. I say don't be anywhere in front of a computer when you're doing anything that you wouldn't do with a person sitting in front of you.
Oh, well.
And not just, you know what I mean. The bad part is he still had. Genome said the bad part is he still had his jacket and tie on.
How does Genome know?
He was tubing. That man didn't even take off his jacket and tie.
He didn't get comfy.
He said whatever he saw struck a nerve. Oh, man. Mr. Beatty's on the 18th par, and he's going into the fine detail work on the gun now.
Yes. We are now solidifying the hand weapon.
Genome said Genome is no longer allowed on Zoom, but he said a bunch of prudes.
Yeah, he's the first one to ever do that.
Genome said he took it literally when they said get comfy. I want you guys to be real comfortable. Just get comfortable and let's have this meeting.
Just everyone, however you relax at home,
Mr. Tubin, what are you doing?
I have anxiety when I get in front of a large crowd.
What would that would? I mean, how do you recover from that?
Well, you get fired and you don't.
So, why were you fired from your last job?
Yeah.
Zoom fired me. It's like, what's the name of that Hollywood guy?
Which one?
No, not Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein?
No. The producer guy.
Bobby Bush?
No. I know who you're talking about. From Weinstein.
Yeah, Harvey.
Yeah.
Harvey.
Genome says he wasn't the first
job. I pulled a Harvey.
Genome said he wasn't the first. He won't be the last. He said, but throw a rag over your webcam. He said, Algold said that's how he tests himself for COVID. They didn't like my ideas.
Why'd you get fired? I don't know. They told me to get comfy.
They said I was shooting. Never mind.
The interview because I under stress it relaxes me. Oh, now we know.
Sir, we said we called your last employers, and what you're telling us doesn't line up.
Well, it's a little crooked, but
could I get my resume back? I'm leaving.
Yeah. It's like a George Costanza thing, right?
I just need that resume. I'm going to need that. I have a feeling.
Eventually, I'm going to need it.
You know what would be scary is if he went in for a job and they go, we've done a background check. You're exactly what we're looking for. You're going to fit in here real well.
Then you wouldn't want to take the job, maybe.
Yeah, it'd scare you.
That's the idea.
Oh, boy.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I thought that's what you were talking about is they reverse the reverse. They're like, oh, yeah.
We want you.
We want you. We've got the perfect position for you.
Genome says he might have a legal case. If it doesn't say you can't whack the weasel during Zoom calls, then how can they fire him? Seems like an enterprising porn lawyer could take up his case.
Well,
I was just expressing my right of freedom of expression. It's my my First Amendment right. No, sir, that's not. Second Amendment.
Wait, with all this fancy stuff going on nowadays, how do I know they weren't spying on me?
He goes, well, how is that his Second Amendment right? That deals with guns and things. He goes, "This is my weapon. This is my gun."
One is for shooting,
and the other's for fun. Genome said freedom of exposure is an inalienable right in our country.
As long as you don't get caught.
Oh man. Can you imagine though if you were on the other end of that Zoom call and you're like, what am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?
And then you couldn't look away. You know?
So people were going, your mic's on, your camera's on, your mic's
Mr. Tubin. Mr. Tubin.
Mr. Tubin.
Tubin.
He was Tubin.
That's actually funny, the name.
Well, sometimes the crazy news stories, the people's name really fit.
Yes, it does.
And the one I always think about is the lady that cut off her husband's.
Oh,
Bobbit.
And her name was
Bobbit.
Lorena
Bobbitt.
John Bobbitt.
Thank goodness for him, right? They reattached it.
Oh man. Well,
can you imagine waking up right before that happened and going, "What are you?" Ah!
Ron, what do you think that felt like?
Hell.
Genome said, "What would haunt me would be the fact that the guy was probably talking normally the whole time." He's going back to Tubin.
That guy is
a practiced hand, one might say.
Bobbitt's lucky he didn't bleed out, right?
Oh.
Ron? I don't know. Yeah.
Your area.
Moving on.
There's a lot of like veinage and stuff.
Hey.
Yeah, there's a lot of veinage.
I can't believe they actually found it and it got reattached. That's even more impressive.
Do you put it in a cup of milk while you're going to the hospital? That's what you do with a tooth, right?
Yes.
Milk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might need that with my mom. I don't know. No, I don't think they're going to be putting anything back.
What happened? She got a tooth knocked out?
Yeah, she wised off to me in a parking lot.
Mom was going the wrong way. How many times have I told you, Mom?
She bowed up in front of me, and so
it would have been fine, except you had walked about a third of the way down the aisle, and she said under her breath something.
Oh man, this one's really off the rails. This may have to come down.
Can you imagine if you started walking up to that guy in the parking lot and he was one of those people that does and he threw himself on the ground and started hitting himself in the face out of camera range. So all you see on the camera is you walking over and him falling.
Well, the great thing was I loved it when the police said that's a camera right there and it shows everything. I'm like, that's good to know. And then they played do you know how long it would take us to get a order to get the film out of that camera?
And I can tell you right now, not very long.
Well, yeah, it probably wouldn't.
We had a situation where some kids came on campus at the high school when I was an AP there.
I would have said no, but I'm about to find out.
And they super glued the doors on the second floor.
I thought you were going to say the door.
The doors on the second floor, and they did all of this inappropriate graffiti. And the superintendent was coming that very morning.
That ain't right.
And there were two ways that we found out. One, I had some kids come and rat them out to me, but we didn't have the proof yet. And the deputy, we were doing a perimeter search, found a Walmart bag for super glue and for markers, and went to the Walmart, and we got the video of them. And so when I was talking to the kids that supposedly did it, one of them confessed right away, but the other two were like on the fence. I said, look, the deputy's getting the video. We had the video that afternoon. of them buying the stuff.
Okay. Now,
Genome said, "Quiet, Mom, or you're going to get more of the same."
now, just for fun, I just realized I'm going to hit my mute button on my computer.
Okay.
Out the 3 and see if y'all can hear me.
All right.
So when I say I'm going to hit it now, this next time, then I'm going to hit it. Okay.
All right.
All right. I'm going to hit it now.
All right.
1,
like right
2,
now.
3.
There's going to be a countdown.
Could you count? Could you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you.
No.
Yes, we could.
No, could you? And how did I count to 3?
1, 2, 3.
No.
I heard you say 1 and 3.
Nope. I counted.
Do it again.
I counted to 4 actually.
Well, we were laughing so hard that
we were talking over you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, do it again. Say. Don't say numbers. Say a word.
Yeah.
All right. The password is Alex Trebek. Okay.
You said the password is.
But your mother
Bob
looks pretty
Barker.
good.
What?
You said the password is Bob Barker.
Pat, say Jack, you jerk. His poor pancreas.
Now, see, you all might be able to hear backstage, but the listeners can't.
Oh yeah, Lloyd's saying he's not hearing a thing.
Yeah, see, that's what I.
But would he be messing with you?
No,
because when I
might.
mute, you can't hear me. Or
Right.
can you? Here we go. What did I say?
Nothing.
See?
well, I mean, you may have said something, but
Nothing worth repeating.
you said, "Mama."
Don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys.
Don't let them pick guitars.
Genome says, I didn't hear anything about Alex Trebek.
Well,
What is Sean Connery?
man, hey, they died close together, didn't they?
That's what your mother said.
No, didn't they? Kind of
They did.
eerie.
Kind of eerie. Kind of eerie, Pennsylvania.
When Connery went, Trebek said, "Well,
say it about my mother again."
He said, I'm coming after you. Trebek.
She in hell, Trebek.
yeah." No, that's funny. Kind of, in a sad way.
Yeah.
Alex
Those
was
were the funniest. Oh my God, those were so funny.
Trebek really seemed like a good guy, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
I'll take the rapist or 200, Alex. That's
That
therapist.
That is some good stuff.
That's what your mother said, Trebek.
Actually, wasn't it like just a week apart?
It was pretty quick.
Is my research department looking into this?
I'll look right into
Nope.
Connery, and you get Trebek. October 31st for Connery.
What a coincidence. October 31st for Trebek.
Was it really?
No.
Sorry, I didn't even look.
All right, I'm looking. November 8th, so a little over a week later. If they'd gone on the same, oh, that's not right to say. If they'd gone on the same day, could you say it was the Daily Double? Oh.
That was okay.
Not too soon.
No, I think Alex had a good.
He did seem like just a decent person, didn't he?
Yes, and he seemed like, like he could enjoy a laugh.
And the stories I read about Connery, there were several I read that were where he was just a decent, guy.
Yeah. And then the ones you didn't hear.
The ones that nobody's saying yet, right?
Correct.
We're here to memorialize John Beatty, and if there's anyone that wants to come up and, if you've had any dealings or if he
I met him in a parking lot one day. And he tried to bow up. He tried to flex. And I put him where he belonged. He called the heat on me, and I told the heat.
I told him, John, you're gonna regret this, Beatty.
Chuck Gibson goes daily double. I jumped in here right at the right time.
Hey, Chuck Gibson.
Long time, buddy.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Yeah. What's the count and the amount? Man, I remember my grandma used to watch that.
All of our grandmothers used to watch that.
But that means I can remember it. It means old. Old, Ron. We're old. Yeah. Ron's not even that old. He just wants to be old.
I don't want to be old.
Ron, you were born in the 80s, Ron?
Yes, sir.
What year?
84.
2.
You were born in 82?
Yeah.
Oof. 82.
My wife's got him beat. She was born in 85.
There you go.
Your wife's got everyone beat except Jacob. when John was first seeing his wife Bella,
boy, that took a while to remember her name.
I was talking to my son Mike, and I was like, Mike, Bella's closer in age to you than she is to John, and Mike said Bella's closer. Mike said Bella's closer to birth than to John.
Oh. Did you just clap your hands at your own joke?
I clapped my hands because it was Mike's joke. Big John's got a young wife, and he gets the jokes that go with it.
Oh, when Jacob was first born, not so much now, but when I was carrying him around, I would get your grandson is so cute.
Hey, we were at the last DeLand show, and John was there drawing, and I was there, and Jacob was there, and John kept asking me to take or not kept asking me, but had to take Jacob out.
I asked you because I couldn't leave.
Right, because he was tied up, and so I was going out anyway to see some of the different things, and so this guy came up and said something like, "Your son and you," or something to thinking Jacob was my son, and I was like, "No, that's not my son. That's John's son." And he started laughing. He's like, "No, it's not. No, it's not." I was like, "Well, ask John." And John was like, "Yeah, that's my son." And he was like, "Oh."
Did Jacob ask you, because he doesn't think that girl really swallows that sword?
No, he doesn't think that. I'll tell you what, Jacob is a little techno genius. Yes, he was doing a video of the girl swallowing the sword, and then he did a reaction shot of himself.
It was great, wasn't it?
It was perfect. I was like, this thing's got it going on. Chuck Gibson says, "Too long, man. Hope you're good."
Doing as good as possible, Chuck. How are you?
I'm good, John. Thanks for asking.
Hey, thanks, Chuck.
So, did we get a final verdict from Genome on the? Is that 4 hours or 6? So it's 4 hours. You're about to drop in a minute and a half.
Well, I think it'll still go on. It just doesn't record.
Oh, okay.
I think, but
cool.
You guys still want to continue this?
I'm enjoying it.
I know.
I'm having a blast. Uh-oh. The Queen's peeking in.
She's telling you to be quiet.
They can hear you, though.
We can't hear her. Tell her no.
She's asking about her coffee. Craig's going to go get her coffee.
No, did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Yes.
What did she say?
Tell him, Ron.
Yeah, they didn't hear it. So she's real paranoid. Like, she'll come in sometimes and I'll be like, I'm on camera and I'm not. She'll be like
crawling around the room.
Yeah. So she opened the door and she's like peeking in and she's like,
you guys are YouTubing?
Checking on me. And I was like, they can hear you. And she's like, I don't care. I go, they can really hear you. And she's like, oh. She was just checking in to see how we're holding out. I said, we're going strong, baby. We're going strong.
You said, man, I got no yawning or nothing going on.
Not at all.
But in about another 30 minutes, he's going to be like.
Gold says, honey, are you tubing in there? Tubing in there?
Tubing.
He's tubing. What are you doing, John?
That had to be the perfect name.
He's tubing.
YouTubing.
He was literally on the stream YouTubing.
Well, he was on Zoom.
Are you by yourself? Yes, I'm just me here. So it's YouTubing.
But could you imagine, like, he left it open and didn't shut it down? Like, I mean,
if he realized
anything,
and he figures he's lost his job anyway.
Well, okay, if you put that caveat to
it. They asked whether you're checking in on Tube, and he says, I'm holding on all right. They told him get a grip. I didn't know it was that kind of meeting.
Meet and greet.
I want to get to know you.
Let's shake on it.
Oh, that's just not good. Not good at all. You figured out the placement of the blacks on that gun very well, Mr. Beatty.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Beatty's known for his design work.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
As well as Secret Wars number 8. And Walmart fights.
What's he known for? Well,
he
definitely wants you. If you're walking by his table and there's an arrow, you better follow it.
You better follow that arrow. That's all I got to say.
Hey, I gotta admit that was kind of like that was funny when I told that guy he's going the wrong way and I pointed to the arrow. And that was it.
Hey, Darth.
Yo.
Let's make an agreement right now between the two of us that the first show that we go to with John,
arrows.
We put arrows in front of his table.
You do what?
We're going to put arrows in front of your table with signs that, like, walk this way.
Just see if we can set them off if they go the wrong way.
We'll have to get him those, what do they call those things? Those, they keep the crowds going in the right way. You got the line,
those velvet ropes.
Yeah. What do you call those things?
Velvet ropes.
Chuck says he's doing okay. He says he's getting back into art since getting a graphics monitor, and he's had fun with Clip Studio Paint.
I see.
They're on sale today.
Lloyd says get out the diagrams.
Clip Studio Paint.
Yeah, they were doing it again, 50% off.
And then Chuck Gibson said, wish I'd made the jump to digital years ago. The tools react better than any analog brushes, pens I've been able to find for the last 20 years.
Would you just polish off your coffee?
Speaking of polishing.
I think it's time for a coffee.
That's your Cinderella out for coffee.
As Big John says, you mean your milk water?
No, I call
polishing milk water.
Your sugar water.
I do like my McDonald's coffees.
I can tell you exactly what he orders, Ron.
You can tell him exactly what I order.
What do you order, Ron?
Ron, I think I got your order at
at
Dunkin' the other day. I looked at the label and after I pulled out because I took a sip and it was really sweet.
Yep. What was it?
It was a hazelnut swirl, but it had
no. I don't get hazelnut anything.
Well, but the copious amount that they.
What do I order? What's my coffee order?
Regular hot coffee with 8 creams and 8 sugars. Splenda, to be exact. I was getting there.
Let me get this straight. You order a hot coffee with egg cream.
8
creams.
Egg creams.
8 creams.
Cadbury egg creams.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good.
He likes it really sweet.
8 creams and 8 Splenda.
Yes, we'll be glad to make your order, Mr. Darth. We've got a new barista. His name is Tubin.
Your cream is coming.
Tell him how you like it.
Your cream is coming right up, sir.
Oh, sir.
What?
I'm not a fan of hot coffee, really, but I do like a sugar-free vanilla iced coffee from McDonald's.
I hear Bella.
What'd she say?
Nothing. I just hear her. She said, I hear Zablo.
She said, is that Craig Zablo?
She said, oh, gosh, it's another
Stallone Saturday, but it's Friday.
You know, it seemed like we used to do Saturday. Uh-oh. I just heard coinage.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think she spilled coins.
Spilled them?
Maybe she's shaking the piggy bank out.
She's shaking the coinage.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake the coinage.
And there is the 4th violation
of
copyright law. You know, ever since we gave that assignment to come up with the months, it got kind of
was off to what, the first 3?
He had First Blood January because it's the first month, and he had Rhinestone February because of Valentine's Day and Rhinestone. All right? Next month is March. What's in March?
St. Patrick's Day.
Easter.
Sometimes it's in April. Rotates.
Easter does?
Yeah, I think so. Craig, you should know you were always off for school.
Well played. Well played.
Genome says you only get 2 for free. He only gives 2 months for free.
That's funny.
Kaz says, wow, looking fierce.
That was good.
That was good.
I'd like to know what the price for the other ones are. 2 for free.
2 for free. It's a 2-fer. He said it's Black Friday 2-fer. Let me turn a light on here. There we go. He said, I was trying to find a Stallone movie involving a lion for March, but so far nada. He actually did the voice for a lion in the movie Zookeeper, I think it was.
Do you really want that?
Not really, but
there you go.
I've got to find a way to turn every month into either Rocky, Rambo, or Jack Carter.
Okie dokie.
Looking sweet.
Okie dokie. You do the okie dokie.
And you turn yourself around.
That's what it's all about.
You used to do the chicken dance when you went skating.
Sir, I used to do it all.
Clear
John
that
Rambo June.
Ooh, John Rambo June.
Well, which Rambo would that be, though? Because we
Any of
already
them.
Well, there's a movie Rambo.
But I guess hey, is he doing another Rambo, or is that just hearsay?
It's just hearsay.
So it was just.
They were asking him about a prequel, and he said that the only way he'd want to do a prequel is if it was done.
If he could go back in time.
Yeah, if he could go back and
turn back time.
If you could find a way.
If I could find some way.
If you could go back in time for a day, what year would you go to, Mr. Beatty?
Are there any other rules on that question?
I know.
Do whatever he wants on that day.
You can do whatever you want on that day. You can.
Oh man, there's a few.
But you can only be there for 24 hours.
There's a few. But I can't really get into it.
What about you, Darth?
Oh, I don't know. Pick a fantastic stock, go back and buy a ton of it.
There you go.
Oh, see, I wasn't even thinking money.
See, I was thinking of going back and saying, buy X-Men art. Buy X-Men art now.
I had a piece, remember?
I did too.
$65, and I was like scared to death. I was like, oh my gosh, what did I do?
Chuck Gibson says, I'm going to have to watch this from the beginning later to watch you do the blacked out gun. I love when you do the blacked out golden type guns.
Oh, I'm fixing to do this gun right now, Chuck. Chuckity, Chuck. Actually, this was pre-drawn and printed out in blue line, except the J and the spades in the border, that was done in black. I did the drawing over the past few days and finished it last night.
Lloyd says he'd go back to the day Action Comics #1 came out in 1939.
That now you know.
Genome says if I could go back in time, I would warn Tubin of his impending folly. He said the jerk ruined it for the rest of us.
What did he ruin?
He said he ruined it for everybody.
Ruined what?
The jerk. Said the jerk.
You mean the movie?
No.
Steve Martin?
Yeah. All I need is my paddle ball and
my paddle ball.
Yeah. The new phone book is in.
I'm in the phone book.
He hates cans. That was the funniest part of that movie to me, is when he said he hates cans.
You know what movie that still holds up? I don't care what you say.
All right, what movie?
Forrest Gump.
That makes you cry.
It does.
When he says, I'm not a smart man. Jenny.
Jenny, I'd make a good husband. That's a good movie.
It holds up there, Sergeant.
It does hold up. That's probably my favorite Tom Hanks movie. Now, I did see, and where did I see? Oh, on the plane when I went out west. I saw the Mr. Rogers movie. You know, I was expecting a little bit, because I saw both of them. I saw the one, I think it actually was about his life. And then the Tom Hanks one, the way they did it was kind of, did you see it? Anyone?
No.
I don't know. I think the best movie that I've seen that's about someone's life is the Freddie Mercury thing. That was well done. The other ones, for me, not so much.
Genome said that he hears the Tobin movie holds itself up well. Chuck Gibson said, "What's happening to my special purpose?" Another line from the jerk is when he sees the weight guesser and she grabs his butt to pull him in for like a kiss, and he's like, "Oh, she's getting hacky. She wants to be accurate."
The jerk. Could you imagine getting pitched that movie? Or actually, he wrote it, I think.
Wasn't it Mel Gibson? Not Mel Gibson. Mel Blanc. Wasn't it Mel Blanc and him?
Mel Blanc wrote that?
Not Mel Blanc. Mel Brooks.
Well, you said blank, sir. I think you're getting a little bit of dementia.
If you remember, I said I have trouble with names and I give them nicknames.
So
Mel Stretch Pants.
So wait a minute. From now on, when you say Mel Blanc, I'm supposed to mentally think Mel Brooks.
How about when I told Bob McLeod that his good friend died, Russ, and I had the wrong Russ?
Oh, man, for like an hour, Bob was just like, you said Russ Heath, and it was Russ Manning, and he didn't even know Russ Manning.
And we were on the way to Atlanta when I told him there was no internet. There was no internet. There's no way to check it. But I didn't tell him his good friend. I just said, somehow it came up and I said, "Hey, did you guys hear that Russ Heath died?"
And you know what the weird thing is? It's like the way we figured it out, I think eventually was you said something about Tarzan strips. You didn't say like the war comics and stuff, which then he would have known. But when you finally said something about, you never followed the Tarzan strips or something, I think Bob said, "Wait a minute, do you mean Russ Manning?" And you said, "Yeah."
I've called Bill Black Bob Black.
And then Bob laid into you like nobody's business.
I said, "Listen, buddy, if you got a problem, we can take it out to the parking lot."
You said, "I'll see you inside."
I said, "John Beatty will show you what's up if you go into the parking lot with that attitude."
No, take it inside.
Take it in. Those are some mighty fine looking guns you got there, son.
Thank you, sir. This is the HK P30L.
Well, there.
Well, I told you I researched them.
I know that.
Didn't I, Ron?
Mm-hmm.
Looking sweet. For those of you that just arrived, that is a billboard sized.
Hey, Word Balloon Premiere, you're on another station soon, Craig.
I know it's hard for me to do this many shows, but I'm trying.
That's why you've been going back and forth. That's what Dorila was telling you. Don't forget your other show.
Don't forget you got another show coming up.
I would like to get you and him together.
Yep. And if I didn't have my hair combed back, I think that people would have a hard time.
Well, he had the eyebrows and the expressions and the nodding the head.
Yep.
It was killing me.
All Gold said that HKs and Berettas are fun guns to shoot.
Hey, he's bragging now. Ron?
To be fair, all guns are fun to shoot.
They're
guns.
Does the caliber help, Ron?
Of course.
Bigger caliber, more fun.
Yeah.
Bigger hole. If I could turn back time, I would have. quit an hour ago. But
you know what? When we ask you that question, John, what would you do?
It may be a while.
You should have said, I would have gone back to yesterday so I could have another piece of that delicious stuffing.
I actually did have some delicious stuffing. How was yours, Mr. Zablo?
It was wonderful.
Was it adequate at least?
I'm not a big fan of that.
Okay, so I mean, come on. I'm happy with stovetop.
No, that's what I said. Oh no, we couldn't have stovetop.
Well, anybody can make that.
Exactly.
Was that kind of the attitude?
That was kind of my attitude.
I hope she never cooks for you again.
Hey.
Ron, did you wish that upon yourself?
No, I made some really good stuffing.
No, I'm just saying, did you wish for someone never to cook for you again?
I no.
Did you not have
the joke, apparently?
Lloyd says it's more fun to fire a cannon on an old Sherman tank.
It is.
He's probably right there.
Mr. Beatty getting that detail work going. You take Genome's comment there, Mr. Darth.
You want me just read it?
Yeah, there you go. Because you're singing it, so. He said, "No, I won't sing that." If he could turn back time. Why are you singing a Cher song of all the things to sing?
I'm not. You are.
You were.
Because it's a fantastic song.
Yeah, I like Cher. I saw her in concert.
What are you bragging now?
I am bragging. You know what? Sonny and Cher was either my first or my second concert.
And Sonny was your first love?
No, Glenn Campbell was either Glenn Campbell and Sonny and Cher, or Sonny and Cher and Glenn Campbell. And by accident, I actually crossed the path of Sonny and Cher, and they said hi to us. I was with my sister. We were little kids at the time.
Why'd you make Sonny hit that tree?
Sir.
Come on, you can't say it's too early. Come on, why'd you wish a tree? Yeah, I know you like Cher. Everyone had that Cher crush.
You had the Sonny crush?
No, I'm saying you wished bad on Sonny.
No, they were divorced at that time.
Oh, so you wished him divorced.
You know, until this moment, I didn't realize I met both of Cher's husbands. Greg Allman and Sonny Bono.
Well, there you go.
Genome said someone was thinking of roses and butt cheeks, and Cher naturally came to mind.
Guns N' Roses?
Could be.
Ron, couldn't they have been a really good band?
Who?
Guns N' Roses.
They were a really good band.
I mean, like, for a long time.
He set you up, Ron.
No, I just mean like for a long time. You know, they could have had a good run.
Yeah.
But no.
It's the tubing factor.
Somebody has to get a little attitude.
Who got the attitude?
Axl Rose.
Depends on who you ask. Oh, UPS guy's here. Yay.
Uh-oh. That means big art fun.
Yes. Shit, I gotta go put on pants. Can't be tubing.
Uh-oh.
What's that?
It's not me.
What's that?
From Miami, Florida. We'll just take this live.
You're gonna take it live?
Hello? That's what I thought.
Sales call?
No. Oh, my prescription at Publix is in. Yay.
Your Jinka Goba.
Yeah.
What the heck was that?
What? Bella's singing.
If you could turn back time,
I would be 20 years old. World premiere in 30. Bat signal spotlight is a word balloon on Jacques.
Papira. Genome says the No Faces chat has suddenly taken on an ominous aura. Ominous. That didn't sound right, but it was. Yes, 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 sir. Yes, 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 sir. You got kind of quiet there, Mr. Beatty. Mr. Beatty. Oh, he's gone. Where did he go? You left the show, Mr. Beatty.
I told those guys I was done at 4.
Where did Beatty go? Ron, you got to get him back.
Oh, if I call him, he'll just hang up on me again. I don't want to stream anymore.
Where'd he go? Genome says he might rename tonight's stream the Tubin Stream. Might get CNN viewers to tune in. Where did John Beatty go? And why are you not showing up there, Mr. Darth?
I'm not showing up. Oh, you're well because you're the pin stream now.
Oh, I see.
Oh man,
we're in trouble now.
So I had no idea that this was going to be this big.
What is it?
A Starscream statue.
How big is it?
Up to my navel.
And what's it of?
Starscream, Transformer.
So you're saying it's like 3 or 4 feet tall?
Yes.
Well, there you go. You get what you pay for, sir. You know, I'm glad you're not streaming live video.
Yeah.
With that thing up to your navel. Hey, look who's back. Big J's back.
Yes, I am.
There we go.
Had a little disconnect.
Yeah, you did. But we're all here. We're waiting, anticipating.
All right. Let's see. What time is it? Oh, okay. I need to go take some meds real quick. I need to take about 500 blood pressure pills.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
I will be right back if anybody cares on.
All right.
If anyone cares to stay while I fill these blacks in. I know Craig will.
Yes, sir.
Ron probably will for the witty chatter.
That's his right.
That we've been having today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I probably will not allow this stream to stay up.
Well, in that case.
What? No. I don't want to take it that far, but I think we've
kind of. I'm going to play some music.
No, I think they. Jared said one time they recorded
What is that noise? It
Oh,
sounded like Jim Ivy.
it was.
That's Ron's transformer.
You got that right,
so to speak.
But you know, this X-Men drawing is
pretty nice. Lloyd's still here.
Hey, Lloyd.
Genome says Chris Latta voiced many other cartoons. It's funny because a lot of them sound similar to Starscream.
Yabba dabba doo.
What was that?
Not me.
That sounded like Fred Flintstone, my friend.
Oh, well, I have no idea.
Hey, while you guys are holding down the fort, I'm going to step out for a second. I'll be right back.
No, Ron's got to hold down the fort.
Hold down the fort, Ron.
I got to take my medicine. Let me see. So, Ron, does this mute button work?
How you doing?
Ron, did that mute work?
Well, I heard someone say, "How you doing?"
No, I said.
Oh, okay. That might have been Craig's mic.
I'm gonna mute on.
Yeah, you're muted.
Anybody there? Ron? Hello.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
I was typing in the chat.
Gino says the silence is deafening. Have a Depeche mode. Depeche mode? Am I saying that right?
Depeche mode.
Depeche mode. All right. We got John Wick upside down, and we got John Carter on top as he should be. Kevin Kaz got his light box.
Yeah.
And I saw those hands. Ooh, jazz hands. We know who did that. Look at that. Woohoo. Oh, he's doing magic. He's doing tubing. Tubing. Genome says as long as you can see John's hands, it means this is a PG-13 stream.
Hands on the table.
Hey, John's muted himself and didn't realize it. So you're into Transformers there, huh, Mr. Ron?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people are. I guess it's that age that you have to be, right?
I guess, you know.
You're the right age.
I am that age. That was our cartoon growing up.
Optimus Prime. You like the movies? The Transformer movies?
Yeah. I liked all the movies. I've got all the cartoons, the series from the way back then.
Yeah. How many Transformer movies have there been?
Including the cartoon versions, or just the
movies,
modern movies?
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't like it that much. 5. Have you seen the new one on Netflix?
No, I'm not. I don't like those movies. I watched the first one and the second one.
Okay. So the one Bumblebee.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
hello
John.
there.
Okay.
Yes.
I can hear you.
We can hear you. We don't see your hands, though. We don't see your...
Bob Budiansky. Yes, he's a good guy. And his brother, Bud Budiansky, yes, that's very difficult to say, is actually a real estate agent in the Daytona Beach area. Mr. Genome.
Now you know.
So interesting small world. I first met him, however, at a bar at the Texan back in the 80s.
And you did know? Did you know who he was at that point?
He was the manager.
Before you, I mean, did you know his brother and all that?
Not Bob, but his brother, Bud. And if you try to say Budiansky like really fast, it's quite the tongue twister indeed.
Indeed, sir.
Okay. We are going to fill in some blacks.
This is going to be...
Ron would like that. My hands, they're on my wrists.
They never leave your arms at any time. While you were away, John, Darth received a package.
Why is everybody else so quiet?
It was a 6 foot tall
Craig Zablo
transfer. You don't hear me? Do you not hear me?
Let me see if they're still there.
Yeah,
I'm here.
I'm still here.
Can you hear me, Ron?
I can hear you.
John can't hear me.
I hear that he can't hear us. He can't hear either of us.
John, can you hear us? We're still here. John, can you shoot him a text or?
Yes, except I lost my.
Hold on.
Now he's gonna send us a message. So, Genome, can you actually hear John though?
Well, so why aren't you talking, Craig Zablo?
We are.
We're talking.
We are talking.
I must end the stream if you're not going to chat.
We are talking.
Okay.
We are talking.
Okay, Genome hears me.
Oh, he hears all three.
He hears all three
I
of us.
don't hear you all.
Did you somehow mute us?
I don't hear you all. Okay. There we go.
Did you
I
mute
hear
us?
Kaz. Can you hear Kaz? I hear you, Kaz.
Can anyone hear Kaz?
I can hear Kaz. He's screaming all the way from Atlanta.
Now that's funny. JB said, I can't hear you. I've muted you. I can't hear you.
I muted myself. Okay, so that's bizarre. When you do the little icon, it actually muted my computer, and then when I unmuted the little icon, it still left my computer speakers muted. I have no idea.
Wow, so when you hit the icon, it became icont.
You're right, just like that can opener.
There you go.
Let me see. This ink does not look very black.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'll just get another bottle, but let me see. Let me just ink across this Shazam here.
Look at that. Look at that. Now that's a sweet piece. And you know what's sad? If Little John had been here earlier, he would have heard the news.
No, he knows.
Oh, does he know?
I had to get his address.
Oh, sweet.
I sent him a direct message.
I thought that was interesting when someone said, "How do you get those fine points on the brush?" And you said spit, and it was like crickets. And you go, "I'm being serious."
No, you saw other people say the same thing, like, lick it.
Oh, I did not see that. Okay.
Well, you didn't go back and read, and I did, and then I wanted to clarify that, yes, it's after you dry your brush out, and stuff, the saliva helps keep the point. You've seen me do it, I'm sure.
Oh, millions of times.
It's like when Stelfreeze watercolors. He will again by sticking it in his mouth. It
I
works.
I know.
Who would you like to see color this?
You?
No, it's the marker I used won't take. Well, it might.
Are you talking digitally color it?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You might, put some feelers out for some digital colors that want to
practice.
Yeah. There's always people out there that'll. Now the question is, which way do I sign it?
Oh, well, you know what I would say.
I already know that.
What would he say? Sign it in the back?
No.
On rooftop. Sign it in the back. Dig in the scene and the gangster lean. Ooh.
He figured out a way to. Have you seen those where they do their whatever they're writing, and you can turn it upside down, and it says the same thing?
Okay. Well, Craig Hamilton can do that with his signature. The G and the H.
Oh yeah. That's right.
Yeah. I don't know why that bled out a little bit there, but we'll
easily fixed, right?
Oh, very, very easily. I gave it a little Dr. Kaz snap chop. No, he's not a snap and chopper. He
was that
slap chop.
Yeah, is that what you were talking about?
No.
Oh, okay.
I meant like, a lot of chiropractors go in for the cracking.
Yeah.
No, Kaz works on you like with hand, and he does have a few power tools.
Gino said this stream is like one giant double entendre.
Yes, it is. Somebody caught on to us.
A slap chop. No, slap chop is more like a Dr. Lorena Bobbitt thing, Gino said.
Oh, I just can't imagine that.
I wouldn't want to imagine it. That's a story when you hear that, you're like, it can't be true.
I remember when that story broke, and it's like, I mean, the woman was abused, right?
That's right.
I thought she was cheated on.
Was that it? Just a little cheating?
No, sir. Just a little cheating.
Well, I thought he was beat. It's like, I kind of feel sorry for both of them because it's a little bit aggressive to.
She gave him a slap chop.
I'm telling you. I mean, wouldn't you agree that's a bit much?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's.
I mean, come on.
Unless she gave him or he gave her a permanent STD.
A what?
Like a permanent type STD.
Perm.
HIV, herpes.
Like a perm, like a curly hairdo.
Hey, now. Yeah, that was not good.
No. If I was a judge in that case, I would have to take myself off because I'm a man. And I would be like, I don't know. I guess you got to get past that part,
Well, Well,
so
that's why he's the judge and there's a jury.
Well, I know. But you have to get past that part that you're male and you have that feeling like, oh my gosh, you'd almost think you'd rather be dead at that point, right? Seriously.
Kill me now. Is that what you're saying, sir?
No, I'm just like I asked Ron. I mean, I would have thought the guy would have bled out. I thought you were bleeding out with your gangrene.
Let's hope not.
But then I realized like nothing was moving because it was, impacted or stuck or whatever.
Something.
Stuff wasn't moving.
Oh, I'll tell you what. That's the most intense pain. For hours.
John Bobbitt begs to differ.
Yeah, you're right. If they said you can go through this again or you can go, I'll take what I had.
But now his was not gangrene.
No. Hey, I hear music.
I heard cartoons.
Phone was ringing.
I heard cartoons. Dr. Kaz, you getting any cooler weather in Atlanta? I haven't been paying attention to. I think we're a little cooler right here in Florida. I mean, it's not like super hot. It's nice, or it seems to be.
Depends on the day, but yeah, it's cooler.
But I mean, overall, we haven't had that.
It's definitely cooler.
Yeah, I don't think we've been in the low 70s, but mild 70 days. You might be a little cooler where you're at, Ron.
Yeah.
Zablo?
Yes, sir. I'm watching the line work.
You awake though?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jim Ivy.
Jim Ivy would do that.
Jim Ivy said he could paint some crows.
He did too. He said, "Sir, we need to play cards." I said, "Yeah, I brought work." And I was serious that day. And he goes, "What do you need done?" I said, "I got a whole book here." And Jim looked at it and he goes, "I can do those crows."
and you had him do a sample one, and he showed it to you. And you're like,
okay. All whatever 22 pages or whatever
of crows,
and they worked because they were a lot looser and more. I don't want to say crude, but they weren't as tight as I would have done them.
Yeah.
It was the issue, Ron, where Captain America is on the, what is that thing, Craig, that has the stage lights and stuff? What would you call that?
Stage.
A stage?
Podium?
Yeah. Well, no, it was like up above the stage.
The
where the lights are, and
yeah,
there's a walkway and things to raise and lower the curtain.
Some things have come in. Genome says if you ever feel impacted, try to sneeze and fart at the same time. Works like a charm.
He said what?
If you ever feel impacted, try to sneeze and fart at the same time. It works like a charm.
Now, is he telling us that because he just, he felt infected and he said, maybe
that's where he disappeared to.
Kaz says it's been cooler, John, about 60-ish.
Oh, that's nice.
All Gold says, speaking of color, John, would you be offended if I colored the tiny, tiny eyes in the clown drawing you did for me red like the comic?
Not at all.
And Kaz says it's good mountain bike weather.
Man, that mountain biking sounds fun, but I don't want to break anything.
You said except for two things.
I said I don't want to break anything.
The mountain and the bike.
No, the exercise and sound horrible. Getting sweaty sounds terrible.
Jim Ivy says, I can ink those crows in 15 minutes.
He did it in less than an hour.
Yeah. He was like, bring me more. Give me more.
He's like, am I all done? Oh.
He said, do I get a credit?
I can't remember if we slipped his name in there somewhere or not.
All Gold is asking, and I'm pretty sure this one goes to you, John. Are you planning on doing any commissions before the end of the year?
No. I got stuff to finish first.
But that could change at the start of the year.
Unless I still have things I need to finish.
To get done.
Well, like I said, I mean, look at this piece. I can't control life that happens, and I'm kind of the go-to guy here.
You're like the Jack Carter or John Wick of your house.
Exactly.
They need something done, they go to you.
Yep. And sometimes it, puts my stuff on the back burner, which nobody seems to care about.
They're like, you're home all the time. You could do that at any time.
Yeah, story of my life. You don't do anything but sit around all day.
See, now that's what you think. But again, I'm the go-to guy for this family.
Who?
Mike and Aaron and Chris and Dorela. My mom, not my mom so much anymore.
Your son's a grown man.
Yeah. I go to them.
That's right.
I've done my time.
Wig, you play the old man card on them.
Not yet.
Grandpa can't do that. But you need to start now.
I'll pull the Gouda cheese. It was Gouda.
You gotta play the old man card on him, man. Get him moving some stuff around.
Old man Logan.
Hey, look, I guarantee when you were in the horse pistol, they were all over you like, Daddy, don't die. Daddy, don't.
I don't want to think that they were fighting over what I had to leave. Who gets the Stallone art?
I didn't.
You never liked his art, so you don't get a thing.
No.
You know what would be sad is if I came home and I found out they sold like my signed and numbered books and
Mike was
anything worth any value.
Mike was going, Chris, you can have all this art.
I'll just take the house. I'll tell you what was funny though, was Chris saw some of the books on my shelf and he came in and he goes, Dad, do you know how much that book's worth there? Do you know how much that book is worth? It's like, not really.
$9.99, but on Amazon I can get that.
He was like, those two books there are worth $300. I was like, son, get the 300. We'll split it.
Right.
He's like, are you serious? I was like, no.
I believe that's what Chris would say too. Are you serious, Dad? No. Oh.
Now, is he talking actual published like textbooks or?
No, it was like no. The books he was talking about was actually Fear Agent, the big Fear Agent books, and I've got two of them. 1 and 2. They're 2 volumes, and I haven't ever popped them open. And he was like, "Oh my God, you can get like $300 or something for it."
Are they the black and white ones?
No.
Never mind. They're not collectible then.
Yeah. All Gold says, well, you were in the hospital for yeah, that was what it was. It was the gallbladder. All Gold says also that's a really nice piece.
Thank you, All Gold.
I agree.
As I call him, AG. Don't.
Aggie?
Aggie. Yep.
Aggie.
Good old Aggie May. Wake up, AG. I think I got something to say to you. It's late November.
And I really should be.
Getting back to school. The holiday is almost over.
No, you're making up words.
Well, that way I won't get any copyright strikes.
Exactly.
You're on, Craig. Bat signal spotlight on Jacques.
Pepira.
Jacques Pep. That was the best.
His name was really Jack Pepper.
That's right. I mean, that guy could not say Jacques Peppietta enough. And you finally said, all right, that's enough.
Now think about that. That I believe was that Olympics, wasn't it?
Yes.
So think about how many years ago that had to be.
Decades, sir, not years.
Yeah.
I was in Orlando then. I've been here 19 years now.
That's crazy when I thought about that the other day.
Yep.
Wow. This last decade has just gone too fast. All Gold says, how did you guess my ringtone?
Because I called it. Wake up, Maggie. I think I got something to say to you.
Look at that. Look at that. Will you just look at it?
Oh, it's just going to be put in a portfolio of other hack artists that you have. And
sir.
What?
Hack artists.
Don't say Brian Stelfreeze is a hack artist.
No, I didn't say.
Don't say Adam Hughes is a hack artist.
I said
Don't
you're
say Michael Zeck is a hack artist.
How'd you get all those pieces?
Michael Golden is a hack artist.
How did you get all those pieces?
I know a guy. They call him. They call him Parking Lot John with a high kick.
A William Ray oil painting.
How about that?
That's probably the hardest thing you would ever get.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
I know.
Especially now. That sounded morbid, but it didn't mean to be.
Why? Is there something wrong with him?
No. He's still alive. I'm just saying he didn't want to do it then, remember?
Yeah.
But he wanted those advertising.
And I'll go one better than that. He did a pencil piece that he showed you of Stallone as Conan, and you were like, he never played Conan.
Well, was I right?
You're right. That would have been an interesting piece to have.
Yeah, but aren't you glad you got the piece you got?
Oh, yeah.
Not that it looks horribly that much like Stallone, but...
Well, I can, see when I'm gone, someone will say, Bill Ray doing Leyendecker.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking is it's a William Ray piece. And, Bill did a lot of still painting and background painting and a lot of stuff in animation and Ren and Stimpy. And he's got a good pedigree, that guy.
Jeffrey Tobin says that was probably the hardest thing you will ever get.
Did someone make an ID Jeffrey Tobin now?
No, Genome said it.
Is he become Jeffrey Tobin?
Now I don't know. Tobin.
Tobin. I went into your fetish, toe man.
Ugh.
If you ever want to gross Craig out, send him some fungus men's toenails.
Why would you even say that?
Or just men's toenails.
Any toenails.
Even ladies?
I'm not a toe guy.
Even if they're painted and
well, that's better. I can go with that.
And they don't have toe jam or anything in them. It would be great to get Craig dry heaving on a stream.
No, it wouldn't.
No, that sound will get me going too, man.
See, he'll follow me.
Yeah, but I only follow it if Craig takes it over the edge, and so far he hasn't. Wait, let's see if I can. Sometimes that gets Craig going.
That sounds gross.
Do you remember we were going to a convention or something and we were talking about that and I started putting my finger down my throat? You were like, do you remember?
Yeah.
And you were like, don't.
We were in Daytona with John Higashi. just driving around the city. So that's beautiful.
You are.
I guess I better hit the tip button.
So beautiful.
Where are you going to sign it?
Sign my name across your heart.
No, who sang that?
You don't remember?
Hold on.
Was it Sting?
Sign your name across
John,
my heart.
Can you get
be my the guy? He was from DeLand.
Oh, yeah.
Preacher man.
my mic off?
I remember him.
Your mic is not off, Ron.
Okay. Do you have a tiny, fine white marker on the ties, on their ties, like very tiny on the tie, both of them?
I'm gonna sign it the way I know Mr. Zablo wants it.
On the back.
Actually, I think the back would be best. I think the back probably. Oh, that's not quite centered. I need to go wash because I didn't get any water, so I'm gonna leave this up here just for a couple.
We're gonna watch it fall.
Nah, I got a good piece of tape. I didn't.
Where are you signing it, sir? On the back?
Maybe.
Wherever it makes you happy.
If not, I will probably sign it like down here or down here, or maybe up this way. Sign your name across my heart. Okay, and then the other song was I'm gonna do that.
Please don't do that.
Wishing well, oh, wishing well. All right, I'm gonna put myself on mute while I go rinse these brushes and stuff out. Send me a link to the stream to find out. Okay, hold on.
So what are you clicking through?
The tip jar.
Oh, okay.
See if he comes back and goes, "Hey, I just got an email."
that was your mouse roller earlier that you were rolling, right? That he was hearing.
I don't think so. Was it?
Do you have a mouse roller?
I do.
Roll it.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Can you really?
I think that's what he was hearing.
Because I'm not hearing it.
Well, that's hard
and
of
I
hearing.
wasn't really rolling it earlier.
I don't know.
He's gonna come back and he's gonna go. I should have PayPal him like $10 or $5 or something. Oh my gosh. Genome says, "What time did this stream start?" 5 hours ago, in 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
Yep.
I'm ready to live stream with you now, sir.
Load up Genome.
We're going to live stream with Darth.
Aye.
There he is.
Okay, I'm back.
We're here.
5 hours.
In 3 minutes. And 27 seconds.
With a few glitches. So. I guess this is the best way to display it.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I do. This is still drying in here. I still see wet spots.
What are you laughing about?
Never mind. It's been a long day.
All Gold says, I was really agonizing over coloring the eyes on that clown. Thank you for your blessing, Ink Father.
Oh, Ink Father. Ink Father. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Genome says the stream lasted 5 hours longer than John's famous parking lot fight.
Yep.
Nah.
Well, so are we going to attempt a storm on Monday?
Well, I say yes.
Are you off or not, Ron?
I only have home dialysis rounds in the morning, so I'll be back by. I think our plan was tentatively 3, 4.
Well, Jacob's got school, so yeah, I know we were thinking around your work. I've never done a storm that I can remember, have I, Craig?
I'm trying to think. I don't remember you doing one.
I don't think I have.
Let me go back to my old file on Beatty and see what I've got.
Nah, there's not going to be one in there. I would know. Maybe I'll try to do a drawing. Oh, it's more Saturday, Sunday. I will try to get something going. I don't know what it will be, Ron, whether it will be big, small.
Go with small, 6x9.
Well,
fits in my special Beatty book of art sketches.
I'm wondering if I should do color or just
straight inks.
Well, that might only take like 3 hours.
What are I gonna do with the other 2?
Just joke around. Parking lot John.
What happened?
Lloyd saying hence the new nickname, Parking Lot John.
That's funny. Yeah, I think you're right, John. I think that's the way to display it.
Well, not display it.
Frame it.
If you're gonna hang it, I know the way you're gonna hang it.
I might like that.
Nah.
No?
I don't know.
It's kind of cool like that.
It is kind of cool. But if I was going to hang it this way, I would sign it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Like down here.
Don't you think?
I don't know. I could also sign the back.
Yeah, whatever you want. Better than Lot Lizard John. Lot Lizard, inker with a high kick.
Okay, so my wife is home. I haven't eaten. I'm sure she's looking for food. We've been streaming 5 hours. I guess we should bid adieu.
Well, thank you, guys. Thank you, John.
Thank you, sir.
It was fun.
It was.
Tippy tip. Well, thank you, sir. I didn't hear that come in while I was washing out the.
You know what I said when you were gone?
What?
Darth was like, "I hear your mouse. What is it?" And I was like, "I'm going to send him a tip." And then I go, "You know what I should have done is I should have sent him like $10, like $10 and not said anything, and then later sent
later AG."
But hey, are we going to go? You think? Well, let me know if you are going to go. Yeah, definitely. I had a fun time. Obviously, I had a fun time.
Yeah, but it was Stallone, so
yeah, and I love this. This is amazing. This is really, really cool.
Hey,
everybody showed up. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Like I said, I may not be able to look at Ron go.
I'm telling you. I'm gonna have to see Ron do a Stallone before it's over. Well, I'm with you. Hey, Nasser jumped in, said it's been a while. Just popping in to say hi. Hope you're doing well. Had a great Thanksgiving. Lloyd's cutting out.
Yeah.
Says parking lot John.
It's a good name.
Well, you know what? I know Dorela's ready for some dinner, so I'm going to jump off as well. Good talking to everybody.
Yeah.
And
maybe we'll see you Monday.
Absolutely.
Yes.
All right, boys,
later,
girls,
all right.
men and women.
So I guess, Ron, you ready to just shut down?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll just say goodbye. I don't know if I can leave this stream up for more than.
Yeah, I know why.
Well, you know, we kind of went a little. I was going to say a little deeper than normal. There's some jokes we normally don't go near.
That's true.
And
I'm guilty as charged.
Well, I think we all are. We kind of got carried away.
All right, gentlemen.
It was fun.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Yeah. All right, everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you for showing up, and maybe we'll see you Monday. Until then, have a great weekend. Be safe and take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.